What if the most misunderstood woman in history held the key to a truth that could shatter the foundations of belief itself? In the dusky shadows of ancient streets, whispers of her name float like smoke. Mary Magdalene, a figure cloaked in mystery, standing at the intersection of faith and betrayal. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over Jerusalem, the air crackles with anticipation. What dark secrets does she carry, and what fate awaits her in a world rife with danger and deception? The cobblestone paths vibrate with the footsteps of those who would both venerate and vilify her. A shunned outcast or a revered apostle, Mary walks a tightrope between love and scorn, light and darkness. Her eyes, pools of sorrow and strength, reveal untold stories of despair and hope. She has witnessed miracles unfold, the kind that leaves hearts racing and souls trembling. The memories of Jesus, her friend and teacher, linger like a haunting melody, tugging at the strings of her heart. But with every miracle witnessed, a storm brews within her. Questions about loyalty, purpose, and the haunting specter of betrayal. A dark figure lurks in the shadows, plotting to silence her voice. The tension thickens as Mary grapples with the knowledge of a coming reckoning. Who will stand with her when the storm breaks? As the moon rises high, illuminating the night with its cold light, the final moments before a betrayal teeter on the edge of a knife. A kiss will seal a fate, and blood will stain the earth where hope once bloomed. Can she navigate the treacherous waters of faith and doubt when the world believes her a mere vessel of sin? In the chaos, a prophecy hangs in the air, unfulfilled yet palpable, sending shivers down the spines of those who dare to listen. The echoes of a lost gospel whisper in the darkness, promising revelations that could ignite a revolution. Every heartbeat pulses with urgency as Mary stands at a crossroads, her choices rippling through time. Will she become the beacon of enlightenment, or will she be remembered as a shadow in the pages of history? At the dawn of a new era, the weight of expectation bears down upon her. Each glance shared with her loyal companions, each moment spent with the man who called her beloved, intensifies the stakes. As the clock ticks closer to betrayal, hope flickers like a dying flame, yet she feels the flicker of defiance ignite within her soul. Unseen forces gather, and the world is poised for upheaval. The crucifixion looms like a storm cloud, ready to unleash chaos. What is true, and what is myth? In a society eager to silence the voices of women, Mary Magdalene stands ready to reclaim her narrative. The air thrums with electric possibility, secrets waiting to be unveiled, and a legacy begging to be born anew. The stage is set, and history itself seems to hold its breath. One woman, one moment, one story poised to change everything. As the night thickens, all eyes are on Mary Magdalene, her journey, her truth, and the haunting path that lies ahead. In the flickering light of a dying sun, shadows stretched long across the dusty streets of Jerusalem, whispering secrets of ancient times. The air was thick with the scent of spices, mingling with the distant notes of incense wafting from the temple. A palpable tension hung like an unseen weight, pressing into the chests of those who wandered the narrow lanes. It was a time of fervor, of dreams straining against the iron grip of oppression, when hope flickered like a candle flame, fragile yet fiercely alive. The Roman Empire loomed like a colossus over Judea, its presence felt in every corner. Soldiers in gleaming armor patrolled the streets, their eyes scanning for signs of rebellion, for the slightest hint of dissent. The people shuffled through their daily lives, their faces etched with worry, their hearts heavy with the burden of occupation. The crucible of their existence was fraught with conflict, between the old ways of their ancestors and the relentless march of a foreign power. Against this backdrop, the Jewish community was a tapestry woven with threads of faith, tradition, and longing. They gathered in synagogues, their voices rising in prayer, pleading for deliverance from their oppressors. Stories of the Maccabees, of brave men who had fought valiantly for their freedom, were passed down through generations, igniting a fire within the hearts of the young. They dreamt of a Messiah, a Savior who would rise and lead them to liberation. Each whispered prayer was an invocation of hope, a desperate grasp at the threads of destiny. Yet, The ruling class was ensconced in a web of intrigue and power struggles. Herod the Great, a master of manipulation, ruled with an iron fist, his ambitions casting a long shadow. His magnificent architectural projects awed the people, yet they also served as grim reminders of his tyranny. The grandeur of the temple, a symbol of their faith, stood as a monument to both devotion and despair. The zealots, fiercely nationalistic, ignited a spark of rebellion against the Roman yoke, their hearts burning with the desire for freedom. They could not remain silent, not while their homeland was shackled. Yet rebellion came at a price. Tales of betrayal and loyalty filled the air, as family members turned against one another in the name of ideology. Friends became foes in the blink of an eye, each choice fueled by passionate beliefs, raw emotions coursing through the veins of the populace. The tension crackled like a summer storm, ready to unleash its fury. Every street corner became a potential battleground, every gathering a powder keg, waiting for a single spark to ignite the flames of insurrection. Among the throngs of the faithful, a man named Jesus began to speak. His words, laced with compassion and defiance, resonated with the burdened souls of the people. He spoke of love, of mercy, of a kingdom that transcended earthly power. His parables were not just tales. They were seeds of rebellion planted in the rich soil of despair. The crowds gathered, drawn like moths to a flame, yearning for a glimpse of hope in the midst of their suffering. But with each rising tide of faith came the looming shadow of antagonism. The Pharisees, a sect of the Jewish leaders, watched with wary eyes. They saw in his teachings a challenge to their authority, a threat to the delicate balance of power they held with the Romans. Every interaction with Jesus was charged with unspoken tension, a dance of ideologies where the stakes were as high as the heavens above. The air buzzed with the whispered questions. Was he the promised one, or merely a fool, leading the people astray? As word spread of miraculous healings and profound teachings, the tension reached a boiling point. The Romans, ever vigilant, were quick to act. They had no tolerance for insurrection, no compassion for dissent. The fear of losing control gripped the hearts of their leaders, and they prepared their forces, ready to crush any uprising that dared to rise against them. In the shadows, the zealots plotted, their fervor only growing, convinced that their time was at hand. Families gathered at dusk, their voices hushed as they shared stories of the current events. Children listened wide-eyed, absorbing the tales of hardship, of resilience, and of divine promise. But even in the comfort of home, the weight of the outside world pressed heavily upon their shoulders. Whispers of betrayal flowed through the city like a dark river, and trust became a precious commodity, hoarded like gold. The tension thickened as the festival of Passover approached, a time when memories of liberation echoed through the hearts of the people. Jerusalem would swell with visitors, each one carrying their hopes and fears within them. It was a time of heightened emotions, where the streets would pulse with life, laughter mingling with cries of longing. Yet beneath the surface, a storm brewed, an undercurrent of rebellion and hope that would soon crash against the walls of oppression. In the shadows, an arrest was brewing, a confrontation waiting to unfold. The air crackled with electricity, the kind that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. As the moon hung low in the sky, it illuminated the faces of those who dared to dream of change. Each pulse of the heart was a drumbeat of defiance, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a people longing for freedom and justice. Yet, even as they reached for the stars, the specter of betrayal loomed, a reminder that in a world fraught with chaos, nothing was ever certain. The sun dipped below the horizon, and with it, the weight of history pressed upon Judea. The stage was set for a confrontation that would send shockwaves through the ages, a story of hope and despair intertwined in a delicate dance. Little did they know, the events that would soon unfold would change the very fabric of their existence, echoing through time and space, forever altering the course of humanity. In the quiet moments before the storm, the heart of Judea beat strong, a heart that refused to be silenced, standing resolute against the winds of change. And as the night deepened, so did the resolve, an unquenchable fire flickering in the darkness, waiting to ignite. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the dusty streets of ancient Jerusalem, where whispers of hope and sorrow intertwined. Among the throngs of people, one woman moved with a grace that belied her tumultuous past. Her name was Mary Magdalene, a figure surrounded by shadows and light, revered and misunderstood in equal measure. What was it about her that stirred such fervor in the hearts of those who spoke her name? The air was thick with anticipation, as stories of her life held secrets waiting to be unveiled. Mary Magdalene's first appearance in the Gospels brings with it a sense of urgency. A woman liberated from 7 demons, her very essence transformed by the touch of Christ's compassion. Picture her, a figure once lost in darkness, now reborn into the light. Can one imagine the terror of being haunted by unrelenting shadows, only to find solace in the eyes of a man who saw beyond her suffering? The Gospels of Luke and Mark recount this miraculous moment, her deliverance from despair illuminating the path she would walk. Those demons, though abstract in their nature, are symbols of deep wounds, personal battles, and the very essence of human frailty. As she journeyed alongside Jesus and his disciples, Mary became a symbol of unwavering loyalty. She was not merely a follower. She was a steadfast presence, an embodiment of faith amid chaos. Matthew's Gospel recounts the countless women who supported Jesus, but it is Mary's name that shines brightest. In a time when women were often sidelined, she stood tall, her strength unyielding, a beacon of hope and resilience. Can anyone fathom what it must have felt like to be part of such a monumental movement, to feel the pulse of divine purpose thrumming in one's veins? The dramatic scenes unfold as Jesus faces betrayal and impending doom. The air grows thick with tension, a palpable fear that grips the hearts of his followers. Amidst this turmoil, Mary Magdalene emerges as a pillar of courage, lingering near the foot of the cross as darkness cloaks the world. Imagine the heartache she endured, witnessing the brutal crucifixion of the man who had changed her life. Her faith did not waver. Rather, it deepened. Can one hear her silent pleas, her unyielding belief that love cannot be extinguished, even in the face of death? As the dust of that fateful day settled, Mary's resilience became even more poignant. The Gospels tell of her harrowing journey to the tomb, heart racing with grief. As she approached the stone entrance, could she have imagined that the world was about to shift beneath her feet? The air was thick with sorrow, and yet, amid those somber shadows, the dawn of resurrection began to break. The stone, once a symbol of finality, rolled away to reveal an empty tomb. The whisper of angels filled her ears. "He is not here. He has risen." In that moment, the weight of despair lifted, replaced by an overwhelming flood of hope. The first to witness the resurrected Christ, Mary stood at the precipice of history. Her encounter was electric. The raw emotion of disbelief transformed into fervent joy. The Gospels of John recount her desperate search for answers turning into a sacred moment of recognition, where a single word, Mary, shattered her doubt and solidified her faith. She became the first evangelist, tasked with sharing the joyous news with the disciples. Imagine the rush of adrenaline, the exhilaration of carrying such a weighty message. Her voice, once silenced by societal norms, now rang clear and powerful, echoing through the hearts of those who had once fled in fear. Yet, even in her triumph, the shadows lurked. Mary Magdalene's legacy bore the burden of misrepresentation, her name often intertwined with scandal and misunderstanding. In the early church, others would seize upon her identity, distorting her story into one of sin rather than redemption. The honest truth, however, lies in the depth of her experience, her unwavering spirit woven into the fabric of Christ's ministry. The Gospel of Mark emphasizes her role alongside the male disciples, yet later interpretations would often reduce her to mere caricature. The tension of her existence echoed through the ages, a woman of immense significance, overshadowed by the very traditions she helped to shape. As the centuries turned, Mary's story evolved, but the whispers of her strength and conviction never fully faded. The Church would come to re-examine her role, recognizing the profound impact she had on early Christianity. The Gnostic Gospels, often ignored, offer tantalizing glimpses into her life and teachings, suggesting that she was more than just a disciple. She was a teacher in her own right. Can one feel the ripple of excitement that such revelations can inspire? A woman once relegated to the shadows emerging as a key figure in understanding the nature of faith, the divine, and the human experience. The historical tapestry of Mary Magdalene is rich with emotion, yet it remains a story still being written. Books, films, and art bear testimony to her legacy. A figure of grace, courage, and unwavering faith. From the dusty streets of Jerusalem to modern interpretations of her life, she continues to resonate deeply within the hearts of those who seek truth. Her journey is not just about the past. It is a mirror held up to the present, a reminder of the struggles faced by women throughout history, their voices often silenced, their stories rewritten. And as the sun sets once more, casting long shadows over the land, Mary Magdalene's spirit remains. The echoes of her footsteps resonate through time, a reminder that her story is not confined to ancient texts but lives on in the hearts of millions. She stands as a testament to the power of faith, hope, and love, a beacon of light that continues to guide those who dare to listen. The wheel of history turns, but her story, complex and profound, is far from over. It beckons for further exploration, for deeper understanding, and for the courage to confront the shadows of the past while seeking the brilliance of redemption. In the shadows of the olive trees, where the soft breeze carried whispers of the past, Magdala thrived like a hidden jewel by the Sea of Galilee. The sun dipped low, casting long golden rays that danced upon the waves, mirroring the lives of those who called this vibrant fishing town home. It was here, amidst the bustling markets and laughter-filled streets, that stories began to weave together, a tapestry of culture and society that would leave an indelible mark on history. As the day came to an end, the sense of freshly caught fish mingled with the sweet aroma of figs and honey, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that stirred the hearts of the townsfolk. Children ran barefoot through the narrow lanes, their laughter ringing like music, while women gathered to lend hands in the evening chores. The sound of pots clanging and the soft murmur of voices filled the air, creating a symphony of everyday life that echoed through the centuries. In this place, life was a shared melody, one that resonated deeply within the hearts of Magdala's people. Among them lived a young girl named Miriam. Her spirit was as restless as the waves crashing against the shore. She was curious, always asking questions, her eyes sparkling with the light of 1,000 stars. Miriam often found refuge by the sea, where she imagined the world beyond the horizon. Her mother taught her about the art of weaving, guiding her delicate fingers as they danced across the strands of colorful yarn. Each thread told a story, much like her own life, interlaced with hopes, dreams, and the weight of expectations. The fabric of Magdala was rich and diverse. People from various walks of life came together, each contributing to the town's unique flavor. Fishermen returned from the waters with their daily catch, their faces weathered but glowing with pride. They shared tales of the sea's bounty, their laughter echoing through the marketplace, where merchants bartered and haggled over everything from spices to textiles. The energy was palpable, a living pulse that connected everyone in a web of community and kinship. But there were shadows lurking just beyond the laughter. The whispers of Roman soldiers patrolling the town brought an undercurrent of tension that could not be ignored. Miriam's father, a humble fisherman, often spoke of the heavy taxation imposed by the empire, burdens that squeezed the life out of the townsfolk. Fear and uncertainty gnawed at the edges of their lives, a constant reminder that freedom was a fragile illusion. Miriam's heart ached for her people, their struggles etched into her very being. She felt the weight of their hopes, a longing for a world where laughter drowned out the sounds of oppression. Every evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Miriam would gather with her friends near the sea. They would share stories, dreams, and fears, their voices drifting like the waves. Sometimes, they would listen to the elders recount tales of ancient times, of heroes and prophets who dared to challenge the mighty. Those stories ignited a flame within Miriam, a flicker of rebellion that urged her to dream of a brighter future. With every word, she felt the stirring of something greater, a calling that whispered of change. One fateful night, the air was thick with anticipation. A gathering of townsfolk convened near the shoreline, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of torches. Whispers of a new teacher had spread like wildfire, one who spoke of love and compassion, of the kingdom of God that was to come. Miriam could feel the energy in the air, electric and alive. She stood among her friends, her heart racing, a sense of destiny beckoning her forward. The crowd hushed as a figure emerged from the shadows, eyes aflame with passion and purpose. His words flowed like a river, washing over the people, breaking down the walls of their fears. Miriam listened, captivated, as he spoke of hope, of healing, of a way to rise above the struggles that bound them. The crowd swayed as one, their hearts intertwined in a collective dream, a dream that resonated with Miriam's own restless spirit. For the first time, she felt a connection to something greater than herself, a heartbeat that pulsed in rhythm with her own desires. But not everyone was moved by his message. In the shadows, the leaders of the synagogue exchanged worried glances, their authority threatened by the ripples of change. They whispered amongst themselves, plotting to maintain their grip on the people, afraid of the power that this teacher wielded. Miriam sensed the tension, the struggle between tradition and transformation, and it filled her with an urgency she could not ignore. Days turned into weeks, and the teacher's presence became a beacon of hope in Magdala. The marketplace buzzed not just with trade but with discussion, debates ignited by his teachings. Conversations swirled around the notion of love for one another, of breaking the chains that bound their hearts. Miriam's heart soared as she witnessed the transformation within her community, the people beginning to rise from the ashes of despair, daring to dream again. Yet, as the sun set each night, the shadows deepened. Fear crept in like a cold mist, as whispers of dissent grew louder. Miriam could feel the tension thickening in the air, the impending storm that threatened to disrupt the fragile peace. She watched as her neighbors, once unified, began to divide, some embracing the new hope, while others clung desperately to the familiar, the safe. With each passing day, Miriam's resolve strengthened. She understood that the change they sought was not simple or easy. It would require courage, sacrifice, and unwavering faith. The weight of her community's hopes pressed upon her shoulders like a sacred mantle. She could feel the urgency rising within her, a call to stand firm against the darkness that threatened to engulf them. In the dim light of dusk, as Miriam stood at the water's edge, she looked out at the vast expanse of the sea, feeling the cool breeze caress her face. The horizon seemed to stretch endlessly, filled with the promise of the unknown. She knew that the tides were shifting, and she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. The girl from Magdala, once merely a dreamer, was now a vessel of hope, awakening to the power of her own voice. The winds of change were gathering strength, and she could feel them urging her forward into the storm. In the flickering light of a modest fire, shadows danced on the clay walls of a simple home, where the air was filled with the rich scent of stewed lentils and freshly baked bread. A woman stood, her hands skilled and calloused, working diligently to provide for her family. Beyond the walls of her home, an entire society thrummed with life, and yet her world felt so small, so intimate. This moment, so commonplace, was a reminder of the strength and resilience nestled within the hearts of women in Judean society. In a time when the world often overlooked their contributions, these women were the unseen architects of their families and communities. They were the steady hands that held the fabric of life together, weaving stories of love, sacrifice, and hope into the very essence of their homes. As the sun set on the hills of Judea, the complexities of their lives unfolded like a beautifully intricate tapestry, with each thread telling a story of struggle and triumph. The daily rhythm of life in Judea was dictated by the seasons, the harvest, and the ebb and flow of community. Women found themselves at the center of this world, although often hidden in plain sight. They tended to the fields alongside their husbands, their laughter mingling with the wind as they worked. It was more than mere labor. It was a partnership, a dance of shared responsibility. When the crops flourished, it was their hands, stained with the earth, that had nurtured them into life. Among the women was Miriam, a mother of 3, whose eyes sparkled with wisdom and warmth. She was known not just for her ability to cultivate crops, but also for her gift in storytelling. Evenings were alive with her voice. The children gathered around her like moths to a flame, hanging on every word. She spoke of their ancestors, of the trials and victories that shaped their lineage. Her stories were not just entertainment. They were a lifeline, connecting her children to their heritage, instilling in them the values of courage and perseverance. Yet, within this vibrant community, shadows lingered. The societal structure was rigid, often confining women to roles that felt suffocating. Despite their contributions, their voices were often muted in the public sphere. Men held authority in the temple and in the marketplace, while women found their power nestled in the domestic sphere. But even within these walls, they wielded an undeniable influence. The decisions they made in the kitchen or the way they cared for their children had ripple effects throughout the community. In the marketplace, the sounds of bartering and laughter mingled with whispers of gossip and intrigue. Women would gather, exchanging not just goods but also the latest news and stories. Their laughter rang out like music, a counterpoint to the often serious business of trade. Among them was Leah, a widow who had learned to navigate the world on her own. Her presence commanded respect. Her resilience resonated with those around her. She had learned to sell her handmade baskets, her artistry evident in every weave. Each basket told a story, not just of craftsmanship but of survival, a testament to her spirit. But the struggle was real. Leah often felt the weight of the world pressing down on her, a reminder of her late husband and the challenges of raising her children alone. Yet, she pressed on. Each sale was a small victory, a step toward independence and a brighter future for her family. As she sold her wares, her spirit glowed, illuminating the path for others to follow. In the quiet moments, women sought solace in their friendships. They would gather under the cool shade of olive trees, sharing laughter, tears, and hopes. These gatherings were sacred spaces, where they could voice their dreams and fears without judgment. It was here that they would discuss everything from the mundane to the profound. The bond they shared was a lifeline, a reminder that they were not alone in their struggles. Across the town, a small group of women began to form a collective, seeking to change their circumstances. They dreamed of a world where their contributions were recognized, where their voices carried weight beyond the confines of their homes. They took small steps, organizing gatherings and discussions, slowly weaving their aspirations into the fabric of their community. Each meeting became a spark, igniting a flame of possibility that burned brightly in their hearts. Their courage echoed in the actions of women like Naomi, who, despite the societal constraints, dared to speak out. With a heart full of conviction, she approached the men of the village during a meeting, her voice steady and unwavering. "We are more than mere shadows," she declared. "More than just wives and mothers. We have wisdom to share, and our voices deserve to be heard." The room fell silent, her words hanging in the air, a challenge to the status quo. As whispers of their movement spread, so did the tension. Some celebrated the shift, recognizing the strength of women as a vital force within the community. Others resisted, afraid of what change could bring. The clash of perspectives created an electric atmosphere, charged with emotion. Each woman felt the weight of history on her shoulders, the longing for change battling against the fear of stepping outside traditional roles. Through it all, they leaned on one another, forging bonds that would withstand the tides of change. This sisterhood became a sanctuary, a place where their dreams could take flight. They shared plans, crafted visions of a world that embraced their contributions, and whispered hopes for the future. The air was thick with possibility, and as they gathered under the stars, their laughter rang out like a declaration of resilience. With each passing day, the boundaries of their roles began to blur. Women started to take on more responsibilities, stepping into positions they had once been told were reserved for men. Their hearts raced with the thrill of newfound purpose, and their spirits soared like eagles taking flight. They were no longer confined to the shadows. They were stepping boldly into the light. Yet, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty. Would their voices continue to rise, or would the weight of tradition pull them back? The tension was palpable, the air thick with an electric charge of anticipation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting warm hues across the landscape, the women of Judea stood on the precipice of change, ready to embrace the future they had long envisioned. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the ancient cobblestones of a forgotten village, where whispers of history echoed in the rustling leaves. In a small, weathered chapel, candlelight flickered, illuminating a portrait of a woman with fierce eyes and a heart that beat against the odds. This woman, Mary Magdalene, carried a name steeped in meaning, a name that would ripple through time, igniting passions, controversy, and spiritual awakenings. Magdalene, the very word seemed to vibrate in the air, charged with significance. It was not simply a name but a tapestry woven with threads of identity, heritage, and profound mystery. Like a gentle breeze, it whispered of origins. Mary from Magdala, a town nestled along the shores of the Sea of Galilee, where the scent of salt and the sound of waves blended with the cries of fishermen. This was her birthplace, a place that cradled her spirit and shaped her destiny. The significance of the name Magdalene extended far beyond geography. To the people of her time, it evoked images of strength and resilience. Magdala was known for its prosperous fishing industry, and the name itself, derived from Migdal, meaning tower, symbolized a woman of stature, a beacon of hope and a protector within her community. Here was a name that stood tall against the storms of life, a name that hinted at a woman who would rise to prominence, demanding attention in a world that often cast women aside. As the shadows danced in the chapel, the air grew thick with emotion. This was no ordinary woman. Mary Magdalene was a figure wrapped in layers of myth and misunderstanding. The Gospel spoke of her in fragmented verses, anointing Jesus with expensive perfume, standing at the foot of the cross, and being the first to witness the empty tomb. Each scene filled with raw emotion, a blend of love, loyalty, and heartache. Yet, amidst the adoration and reverence, there lingered an undercurrent of confusion. Who was she truly? The name Magdalene became both her shield and her burden, a beacon of light that illuminated the shadows of her past and the challenges of her future. In the streets of Jerusalem, her name carried weight. It was whispered among the faithful and the skeptical alike. Some called her a sinner, while others revered her as a saint. The name became a point of contention, a battleground for differing beliefs. Historians debated whether she had been a prostitute or a devoted disciple, with each interpretation colored by the biases of the tellers. Yet, her name endured, transcending the limitations imposed upon her, a testament to the power of identity in shaping legacy. What lay beneath the name Magdalene was a richness that spoke to the very essence of humanity. It represented a struggle against societal norms, a fight for recognition in a world that often sought to silence women. Mary's journey was one of courage. She was a woman who dared to step into the light, shining brightly even when the darkness threatened to consume her. This was a heart-stirring reminder of the complexities of identity, as the name Magdalene became synonymous with defiance and strength in the face of adversity. In the years that followed her life, the name would weave itself into art, literature, and theology. Painters drew her likeness with vibrant colors, capturing the essence of her spirit, the sorrow in her eyes, the determination in her stance. Writers penned poems that echoed her struggles, while theologians debated her role in the story of Christ. The name became a vessel through which countless interpretations flowed, each reflecting the fears, hopes, and aspirations of those who spoke it. Amidst the fiery debates and the adoration, a profound truth began to emerge. Mary Magdalene was not merely a character in a story. She was a symbol, a voice for the voiceless. The name Magdalene beckoned to women across the ages, a rallying cry for those who sought to reclaim their own narratives in a world that often sought to erase them. It became a banner under which many found solace and strength, igniting a movement of empowerment that spanned generations. In the quiet corners of the world, her name whispered promises of redemption. To some, it signified the chance for rebirth, a reminder that everyone carries their burdens, but can still rise anew. The significance of Magdalene lay not just in its historical context, but in its emotional resonance, echoing the timeless struggle for love, acceptance, and belonging. As the candles flickered low, shadows mingled with the light, and the legacy of Mary Magdalene stretched into the future, urging souls to embrace their own stories. The name transformed, evolving into a powerful symbol that transcended its origins, bridging past and present with an unbreakable thread of connection. Each utterance of Magdalene was a heartbeat, a reminder that every individual, regardless of their past, could reclaim their identity and shine brightly in the world. Yet, as the night deepened, the air crackled with the intensity of unresolved questions. Who was Mary Magdalene truly? Was she a martyr, a lover, a leader? The name held a kaleidoscope of possibilities, each facet reflecting a different interpretation, a different truth. The tension hung thick in the air, a tangible force, as if the very walls of the chapel were holding their breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In that sacred space, history pulsed with life, the significance of the name Magdalene echoing in the hearts of those who dared to remember. What began as a simple name morphed into a legacy that intertwined with the stories of countless others. As the shadows lengthened, the promise of more to come lingered, pulling the reader deeper into a realm where each heartbeat, each breath, carried the weight of history and the boundless possibility of what lay ahead. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the ancient streets of Jerusalem, where whispers of defiance echoed against the stone walls. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that coursed through the heart of Judea as the specter of Roman power loomed over the land. Each stone, each crevice, held the stories of a people caught in the vice of occupation. Their dreams suffocated under the weight of foreign rule. The Romans arrived like a storm, with their legionnaires marching in perfect formation, their armor glinting menacingly in the sunlight. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath their sandals, and the people of Judea could feel the shift in their world. Families watched in fear as their homes were transformed into barracks, their sacred sites repurposed into theaters of Roman revelry. The Temple of Jerusalem, once a beacon of hope and worship, became a pawn in the grand game of power. It was a dagger to the heart of the Jewish people, an enduring symbol of their faith twisted into a monument of oppression. Among the throngs of anguished citizens was a young girl named Miriam. Her bright eyes mirrored the fierce spirit of her ancestors, but her heart was heavy with the knowledge that her world was changing irreversibly. She watched as soldiers, drunk with authority, paraded through the market, their laughter ringing hollow against the cries of merchants losing everything they had ever known. As they threw coins at the feet of mockers, the very air crackled with resentment. Each coin was a reminder of the poverty that was now the daily bread of her people. In every corner of Judea, the impact of Roman rule seeped into daily life like ink on parchment. Taxes became a cruel burden, draining the lifeblood of families. The once bustling streets grew quiet as the people struggled to survive. What was once a community thriving in agricultural abundance turned into a land of desperation, where bread was no longer a certainty but a luxury. Children with hollow cheeks and empty bellies roamed the streets, their laughter replaced by a haunting silence that echoed the cries of their hungry mothers. Rabbis, revered leaders steeped in tradition, were silenced. Their teachings, once the very core of Judean life, became whispers in the shadows. The Roman authorities imposed their own rules, dictating how and when the people could worship. The Sabbath, a day of rest and reverence, became another battleground, a day when the Romans flexed their muscles, reminding the Jews that their beliefs were secondary to the might of Caesar. Each passing Sabbath felt like a defeat, a reminder that faith was no longer an unassailable fortress but a fragile shell, trembling under the weight of oppression. The tension mounted like a gathering storm. Resentment brewed among the people, igniting a fire that could no longer be contained. In the dark corners of Jerusalem, conspiracies whispered through clenched teeth. Zealots emerged, fierce and determined, their hearts ablaze with the desire for liberation. They gathered in secret, plotting the overthrow of their oppressors. The air was thick with the aroma of desperation and hope, each meeting more charged than the last. One fateful night, the city was alive with the sounds of rebellion. The cries of freedom rang out, piercing the stillness. Miriam, now a young woman, stood among the crowd, her heart pounding in rhythm with the collective heartbeat of her people. The Romans had dismissed their resistance as mere folly, but the fervor in the eyes surrounding her told a different story. It was a moment of reckoning, a flaming spirit that would either ignite a revolution or be crushed beneath the boot of imperial might. As the clash erupted, the streets transformed into a chaotic symphony of shouting voices and clashing swords. The once tranquil city of Jerusalem was painted in the colors of war, blood and dust swirling together, a testament to the price of freedom. Miriam fought not just for her life but for the very essence of her identity, each swing of her arm fueled by the weight of generations past. The Romans, for all their power, could not extinguish the fire of hope that burned in the hearts of the oppressed. But hope comes at a cost. The Roman response was swift and merciless. They retaliated with brutal force, unleashing a wave of violence that washed over the city like a tide of despair. The cries of the wounded filled the air, a haunting melody of agony that would linger long after the dust settled. Miriam watched as her friends fell, their dreams shattered like glass underfoot. The fire within her flickered, but even as devastation rained down, the spark of resistance refused to die. Days turned into weeks, and the city became a graveyard of shattered dreams. The Romans tightened their grip, imposing harsher laws, drowning the cries for freedom in a sea of oppression. Families were torn apart, and the very fabric of Judean society began to unravel. Sorrow wrapped itself around Miriam like a shroud, yet deep within her, a flicker of defiance remained. She knew that the stories of her people, their pain and their triumphs, would not vanish into the darkness. They would stand as a testament against tyranny. In the midst of despair, an underground movement began to take shape. Men and women, driven by the raw desire for liberation, united under a banner of hope. They shared their stories, their losses, and their dreams, turning whispers of rebellion into a chorus of resolve. The impact of Roman occupation, while a heavy burden, forged an unbreakable bond among the people. They were not just subjects of a foreign empire. They were a community, a family determined to reclaim their identity. In the shadow of the mighty Roman Empire, the seeds of resilience were sown, ready to blossom. The wounds were deep, but the spirit of the Judean people was unyielding. As they prepared for what was to come, the air was electric with the promise of change, a change that would either shatter them or set them free. And so, the story continued, a thread of hope woven through the tapestry of their struggle, binding them together in the face of an uncertain future. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but in the hearts of the people burned the knowledge that they were not alone. The fight for their homeland had only just begun. The sun was just beginning to rise over the horizon, casting a golden light that illuminated the dew-kissed grass of the garden. Birds chirped softly, their gentle songs weaving through the air like threads of hope. Amidst this serene beauty, a figure moved quietly, her heart pounding with a mixture of grief and longing. Mary Magdalene, known to some as a woman with a troubled past, walked through the garden, haunted by memories that felt heavier than the stones she carried in her heart. Her eyes were red and swollen from tears shed over the last few days, each drop echoing her despair at the loss of Jesus. 3 days since that heart-wrenching moment when the world seemed to shatter, when the ground trembled beneath the weight of anguish and darkness. She felt as if she had lost not only a teacher but a friend, a beacon of light in a world cloaked in shadows. As she approached the tomb, a chill swept through her, mingling with the warm morning air. The stone that sealed the tomb had been rolled away, and her breath caught in her throat. Confusion and fear danced together in her chest. Had someone taken him? The thought pierced her soul, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through her veins. She ran to the entrance, peering inside, her heart pounding like a drum. But the tomb was empty. The silence was deafening, and for a moment, it felt as though the earth itself had stopped spinning. Where had they taken him? She sank to her knees, clutching the ground as if it could somehow anchor her in this storm of disbelief. Her heart felt hollow, and she choked back a sob, desperate and raw. Then, in that heavy silence, she felt a presence that sent goosebumps cascading down her arms. She turned, half expecting to see a familiar face, but instead, there stood a figure, shrouded in light. It took her breath away, and she could hardly believe her eyes. Could it be? Was this a dream, or was she truly seeing him? "Woman, why are you weeping?" the figure asked, a voice that resonated with kindness and authority, slicing through her despair. Mary's heart raced. It was him. It was Jesus. "Sir," she gasped, "if you have carried him away, tell me where you have laid him, and I will take him away." Her words tumbled out in a rush, fueled by a frantic hope. She could barely comprehend the reality of what was unfolding before her. In that moment, the figure took a small step closer, and everything else around her faded away. "Mary," he said, her name spoken with such tenderness that it felt like a balm to her wounded spirit. It was the way he said it, so familiar, so intimate, that her heart leaped. She froze, her breath catching in her throat as the world around her melted into a blur. "Rabboni!" she cried, her voice breaking as joy surged through her veins. She reached out, but he held up his hand gently, a mixture of love and restraint. "Do not cling to me," he said softly yet firmly, "for I have not yet ascended to the Father." Each word felt like an anchor, grounding her in both joy and sorrow. She understood this moment was not just for her. It was for the world. Mary's heart swelled with emotion, a whirlwind of gratitude and disbelief. The man she had thought lost forever stood before her, glowing with life and purpose. How could she possibly convey the depth of her feelings? Words felt too small, too insignificant to express the turmoil within her. "Go to my brothers," he instructed, "and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." The weight of his words hung in the air, thick with significance. Mary nodded, understanding the gravity of her task as she fought to hold back tears of joy. As she turned to run back to the disciples, her feet felt light, almost as if they were no longer touching the ground. Her heart soared with a renewed sense of purpose. She was no longer just a grieving woman. She was the first messenger of hope, the bearer of a truth that would change everything. With each step, she could feel the warmth of the sun growing stronger, illuminating her path. The garden, once a place of despair, now felt alive with possibility. The scent of blooming flowers filled the air, and colors seemed more vibrant than ever before. She could hardly contain the bubbling excitement within her. But as she hurried back, the weight of the message she carried began to settle in. What would they say? Would they believe her? The men who had walked beside Jesus, who had witnessed miracles, might find it hard to accept a woman as the bearer of such news. Doubts flickered in her mind, but she pushed them aside. She had seen him. She had touched the divine. Her heart thrummed with the memory of his voice, a melody that would echo in her soul forever. As she rushed towards the place where the disciples gathered, a sense of urgency swept over her. She needed them to understand that hope had returned to the world. She was the bridge between despair and resurrection, a living testament to the impossible. "Mary!" they called out, their faces filled with confusion and concern. But she could hardly contain herself. She opened her mouth to speak, to share the incredible news, but the words caught in her throat. All she could feel was the weight of love and truth pushing against her chest, ready to burst free. And just like that, the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its warm glow upon a world forever changed. Mary Magdalene, aflame with purpose and joy, stood on the threshold of history, ready to proclaim what she had witnessed. A scene that would ripple through time itself. The moment was electric, charged with the promise of what was to come. a promise that would echo through the ages, intertwining faith and love, loss and hope. A chill crept through the dimly lit room, wrapping around the gathered faces like a cold fog. Candle flames flickered nervously against the walls, casting long, trembling shadows that danced to the rhythm of a whispering wind. In this ghostly twilight, an ancient text lay open on the table, its pages yellowed with age, inscribed with the names of those who had dared to confront the darkness within themselves. The 7 demons stood as symbols of humanity's deepest fears: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Each one, a reflection of the many faces of the human soul, waiting patiently to be unleashed. Seated before the text, the townsfolk felt the weight of history pressing down upon them. Stories from centuries past echoed in their minds. The ancient Egyptians spoke of the 7 deadly sins long before the words found their way into Christian doctrine. This was a legacy that spiraled through time, binding cultures together in a tapestry of humanity's struggle against its own vices. Could these demons, born from the very fabric of human existence, still hold power over them? As one brave soul began to read aloud, the air thickened with tension. The first demon, pride, emerged, a majestic figure cloaked in shimmering robes. Its beauty was intoxicating, drawing eyes like moths to a flame. Pride demanded recognition, applause, and admiration. But beneath its golden surface lay a twisted hunger that could devour anyone who dared to look too deeply. The townsfolk glanced at one another, recognizing the glimmer of pride in their own hearts. How often had they sought validation, sacrificed connection for the sake of reputation? The realization sent shivers down their spines. Then came envy, stalking silently on the fringes. It was the green-eyed monster that gnawed at the edges of friendships, turning love into competition. The townsfolk recalled whispers of jealousy that had torn apart families, friendships, even communities. The memory of stolen glances and bitter words filled the room like a thick fog. With each passing moment, the weight of these demons grew heavier, a palpable presence that threatened to engulf them all. Wrath surged next, a tempest of fury that filled the space with an electric charge. It was a raging fire, an uncontrollable force that can forge bonds or burn bridges. The stories of ancient wars, sparked by anger and vengeance, echoed in the folds of their minds. They felt their hearts pound in tandem with the wrathful spirit, stoking their own resentments and frustrations. The realization struck them like a lightning bolt. These demons were not just ancient figures, but living, breathing pieces of their very selves. Sloth followed behind, a languid shadow that wrapped around them like a heavy blanket. It whispered sweet nothings, encouraging complacency and lethargy. In its presence, ambition withered, dreams dulled, and passions faded. The townsfolk shifted uncomfortably in their seats, recalling their own moments of procrastination, the dreams left unchased. They felt the weight of sloth pressing down on them, urging them to surrender to the dull ache of inaction. Greed arrived next, a glinting figure, dripping in gold and wealth, promising happiness through excess. It held a mirror to their desires, reflecting their own insatiable hunger for more. The townsfolk exchanged uneasy glances, recognizing the truth in their own lives, the sacrifices made for material gain, the relationships strained by the relentless pursuit of wealth. The demons' laughter echoed in their ears, a haunting reminder that no matter how much they acquired, it would never be enough. The room seemed to close in around them, the air thick with desire and regret. Gluttony slithered in, a seductive serpent that tempted them with indulgence. The townsfolk could almost taste the sweetness of too many feasts, the fleeting joy of excess that quickly morphed into guilt. They remembered the nights of overindulgence, the moments when satisfaction twisted into self-loathing. The demon curled around their throats, squeezing tight, as they felt the struggle between pleasure and pain, a dance that had woven itself into the fabric of their lives. Then, the final demon appeared. Lust, a fiery spirit that ignited longing and desire. It was the most intoxicating of all, pulling hearts towards one another with a magnetic force. The air grew thick with tension as memories of passionate encounters flooded their minds, The thrill of love mingled with the sting of heartache. They felt the pangs of desire and the shadows of betrayal intertwine, revealing the darker side of passion. As the last words echoed into silence, the townsfolk sat in stunned reflection, the darkness of the 7 demons swirling around them. They felt exposed, raw, and vulnerable, their souls laid bare before the weight of these ancient struggles. Each demon had whispered secrets of their own, weaving a tale that resonated through the ages, connecting them to their ancestors who had faced the same battles. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. They were bound together by their shared humanity, confronted with the truth that the demons lived not just within the pages of history, but in the very depths of their own hearts. The candle flames flickered more wildly now, as if sensing the palpable tension in the room. But just then, a distant sound broke the stillness. A low rumble, a promise of something more. The earth trembled beneath their feet, vibrating with the weight of history and the echoes of countless souls who had faced the same reckoning. The townsfolk exchanged glances, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through them. They could feel it, the pull of something greater, something waiting just beyond the veil of understanding. The 7 demons, once merely figures of lore, now pulsated with life and urgency, drawing them deeper into the labyrinth of their own existence. And in that moment, as the candles flickered and the shadows danced, the air thick with the weight of their revelations, they knew this was only the beginning. Each demon, with its claws dug deep into their psyches, was ready to unleash its fury, or perhaps its wisdom. The room buzzed with energy, anticipation crackling like static, urging them forward into the unknown, the whispers of ancient souls guiding them toward a destiny yet unwritten. In a dimly lit room filled with shadows, a woman's anguished cries echoed off the stone walls, each scream a haunting reminder of her torment. The air was thick with despair, clinging like cobwebs to every corner. Mary, once vibrant and full of life, now lay on the cold, hard ground, her body trembling, eyes wild and unseeing. The whispers of the townsfolk outside, filled with fear and judgment, seeped into her very soul. Possessed, they murmured, cursed. But the truth was far more painful, a reality she couldn't escape. Mary's life had spiraled into darkness. The laughter that once danced on her lips was replaced by the heavy silence of loneliness. She had been a woman of deep faith, beloved in her community, but now she wore the chains of an unseen tormentor. It was said that 7 demons plagued her, each one a facet of her despair, each voice a reminder of her failures, her fears, and her isolation. The struggle within her was a storm, brewing fiercely, threatening to consume everything she had ever known. Yet, on that fateful day, a figure emerged from the crowd that had gathered in her village. Jesus of Nazareth, a man whose reputation for miracles and compassion preceded him, approached her with an unwavering gaze. His presence was unlike any she had felt before. It stirred something deep within her, an ember of hope amid the ashes of her despair. As he knelt beside her, the world around them faded into oblivion. All that existed was the sacred space between them. "Mary," he spoke, his voice gentle yet powerful, cutting through the cacophony of her tortured mind. "You are not alone. I see you." Those simple words wrapped around her like a warm blanket on a cold night, igniting a flicker of something she thought she had lost forever: dignity. With a single touch, he reached into the depths of her soul, pulling forth the darkness that had held her captive for so long. It was a battle unlike any other, fierce and raw, as the demons writhed at his command, desperate to cling to their prey. The air crackled with tension, and every breath Mary took felt heavy with anticipation. She felt the oppressive weight lift, the voices that had tormented her now screaming in retreat. With one final gasp, she surrendered to the light that enveloped her, feeling the chains of possession shatter like fragile glass. In that moment, Mary was reborn. Her body, once a prison, now felt like a sanctuary, full of life and possibility. She sat up, blinking against the brightness of the sun that filtered through the open door, and for the first time in years, she was free. As she stepped out into the world, the sun kissed her face, bathing her in warmth. A newfound clarity washed over her, and every step felt like a dance of liberation. The townspeople who once feared her now looked on in awe. She was not the woman they had shunned. She was transformed. She was Mary, a disciple of the one who had saved her. The whispers that had once been filled with disdain now turned into murmurs of wonder. Her heart raced with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. What would this new life demand of her? She saw the faces of those who had once turned away in disgust, and instead of bitterness, she felt compassion. Each of them carried their burdens, stories woven deep within their souls, much like her own. She was a living testament to the power of grace, and a flicker of purpose ignited within her. Mary found herself drawn to Jesus and his followers, an unbreakable bond forming as they traveled from town to town, sharing the message of love and redemption. Her laughter returned, a melody that floated in the air, lightening the hearts of the weary. She was not just a follower. She was a beacon of hope, lighting the way for others trapped in their own darkness. The very demons that had once plagued her became her motivation, fueling her desire to reach out to those still lost. Each day brought a new lesson, a fresh discovery of faith as she listened to the teachings of Jesus. He spoke of love that transcended boundaries, forgiveness that could heal even the deepest wounds, and a kingdom that welcomed all. Mary absorbed his words, letting them settle into her heart like seeds waiting to bloom. There were moments when doubt flickered in the corners of her mind, whispers of her past attempting to creep back in. But every time she faltered, she would remember the moment he called her name, the warmth of his gaze, and the power of his touch. With every new day, her faith grew stronger, even as the shadows of her old life faded. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting vibrant hues across the sky, Mary found herself standing alone on a cliff, looking out over the sea. The waves crashed against the rocks below, powerful and relentless, much like the journey she had embarked on. With each swell of the tide, she reflected on her past, her demons, and the incredible transformation that had taken place within her. She felt the weight of the world lift as she released the pain that had once defined her. But even in that moment of peace, a flicker of concern ignited within her. She knew the road ahead would not be easy. The world was filled with those who might not understand her, those who would doubt her transformation. Would they see her as she truly was, or would their judgments cast her back into the shadows? As if in response to her unasked questions, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Jesus, his presence calming her racing heart. He stood beside her, the weight of his journey evident in the lines of his face, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering love. "Mary," he said softly, "your story is just beginning. The path of discipleship is one filled with challenges, but it is also a path of immeasurable joy and purpose." In that moment, an unbreakable bond formed between them, a promise of what was to come. Mary felt invigorated by his words, as if she could take on the world. The sun began to rise again, casting its golden light over the land, illuminating the journey that lay before her. She turned to Jesus, determination etched in her features. No longer would she be defined by her past. The moments of her possession had shaped her, but they no longer held her captive. She was ready to follow, ready to embrace the call of discipleship, ready to share the light that had saved her. As they stood on the cliff, a new adventure awaited them, one that would shape not only Mary's destiny but the world itself. The shadows of her past whispered behind her, but the light ahead beckoned. With every heartbeat, she moved forward, her spirit alive with purpose and hope. The journey had only just begun. Under the scorching sun of Galilee, a figure moved through the dusty streets, her heart racing with purpose. Mary Magdalene, a woman with a past marked by shadows, felt the stirrings of hope in an age where women were often silenced. As she stepped closer to the crowd gathering around a charismatic preacher, the whispers of her own struggles threatened to pull her back into darkness. But she had come too far, and there was no turning back now. Jesus, with his radiant presence, spoke words that seemed to pierce through the noise of everyday life. "Blessed are the poor in spirit," he proclaimed, and as Mary listened, Each syllable felt like a balm on her wounds. Once shackled by demons, both real and metaphorical, she now stood transformed, a testimony to the miraculous power of redemption. In that moment, she wasn't just a witness. She was a participant in something monumental. As the disciples gathered around, clinging to each word he spoke, Mary felt a connection transcending time and space. She wasn't just another follower. She was woven into the very fabric of his ministry. The men may have been his closest companions, but it was Mary who understood the depth of his message, the weight of his love. When the men faltered, she remained steadfast, her spirit ignited by the truths she had witnessed. Mary often found herself by his side, listening intently as Jesus shared parables that danced between simplicity and profound wisdom. Each story was not just about the world outside, but a mirror reflecting her own journey. The tale of the Good Samaritan spoke of compassion. The prodigal son echoed her longing for acceptance. She absorbed every lesson, each parable a thread knitting her closer to the heart of this man who saw her, truly saw her, beyond the label society had placed upon her. But the path was not always easy. As they traveled from town to town, Mary faced the piercing gazes of those who believed her past disqualified her from any role in this divine narrative. Their condescension felt like daggers, but each sting only fueled her determination. She would not be silenced. She would not be invisible. With every healing miracle she witnessed, with every soul that found hope and joy in his presence, her resolve strengthened. When Jesus raised the widow's son in Nain, Mary stood close, tears streaming down her cheeks. This was more than a miracle. It was a glimpse of what could be. A world where despair could be turned to joy, where pain could be transformed into hope. The crowd erupted in jubilant cries, and in that chaos, Mary found her voice, joining in the chorus of praises. "He brings life to the lifeless," she shouted, her heart pounding in unison with the collective joy that filled the air. Yet the shadows lurked just beneath the surface. In the quiet moments, Mary felt a weight of uncertainty. As they approached Jerusalem, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The whispers of betrayal floated in the air, and she sensed a storm brewing. Love and fear clashed within her like thunderclouds as she tried to grasp what lay ahead. On the night of the Last Supper, Mary was there, listening to the heavy words Jesus spoke to his disciples. "This is my body. This is my blood." She felt the gravity of the moment seep into her bones. It was a farewell cloaked in sacredness, and the reality of impending loss settled like lead in her chest. Though she clung to his teachings, fear nibbled at her spirit. What if this was the end? When the soldiers came for him, the world around her shattered. Panic surged through the crowd as darkness descended, and Mary felt herself slipping away, lost in a tide of despair. The cries of betrayal echoed in her ears, and with each step the soldiers took, her heart shattered further. It was not just the loss of a leader, it was the destruction of a dream, a vision of love that had ignited her very soul. In those harrowing moments, as Jesus was led away, Mary stood rooted in place, a silent sentinel of the love that had transformed her. She could hardly breathe, the enormity of what was happening pressing down on her chest like a heavy stone. Yet amid the chaos, a flicker of resilience ignited within her. She would not let fear win. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mary found herself at the foot of the cross, a place of unimaginable sorrow. The air was thick with anguish as she watched the life ebb from the one who had given her everything. Each breath he struggled for felt like a dagger in her heart. Memories flooded her mind, the laughter, the warmth of his embrace, the promises of new beginnings. How could this be the end? In the silence that followed his final breath, the world felt as though it had come to a standstill. Mary fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, each drop a testament to the love she felt. She was no longer just a woman with a past. She was a fierce warrior of faith, standing vigil for the man who had seen her worth when no one else would. But even in the depths of despair, a whisper of hope lingered. As the stone sealed the tomb, Mary resolved to return. The dawn of a new day was on the horizon, and deep within her, she sensed that this wasn't the end of the story. She would rise with the sun, ready to confront whatever awaited her, her spirit aflame with the knowledge that true love cannot be extinguished. And so, Mary Magdalene, the woman who had once been shunned, became the very first witness of resurrection. What lay ahead was a revelation that would change everything, a moment when shadows would give way to light, and the tale of love would continue to unfold, weaving her story intricately into the divine tapestry of faith. In a dusty village under the relentless sun, a group of women huddled together, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. They had heard the whispers, the stories of a man who spoke with authority and love, who healed the sick and gave hope to the broken. As they stood there, the world around them faded, and all that remained was the energy in the air, crackling like a summer storm. They were about to encounter Jesus, and nothing would ever be the same again. Mary Magdalene, a woman with a haunted past, was among them. Once shunned by society, she carried her burdens like stones in her heart. But here, in this moment, amongst the gathering crowd, hope flickered in her chest. She remembered the day he had looked at her, not with disdain, but with compassion. In that gaze, she found freedom and a purpose she never thought possible. Her skin prickled with the memory of that first moment, the way her tears mixed with the dust on the ground as she knelt before him, stripped of all pretenses. The other women each carried their own stories. Joanna, the wife of Chusa, a man of influence, had everything the world deemed valuable: wealth, status, and security. Yet, something was missing in her heart. The emptiness gnawed at her until she heard of the healer from Nazareth. She left her luxurious life behind to follow him, driven by a longing to find meaning. As she walked beside Mary, their shared determination formed an unbreakable bond, and they looked toward the horizon with anticipation. Then there was Susanna, quiet and observant. She had witnessed the struggles of her people, the weight of oppression pressed down on their shoulders like an iron yoke. But the words of Jesus cut through the darkness. His voice was a balm to her weary soul. She had been a silent witness to his miracles, and now the fire within her ignited, longing to share the truth of his love. As they approached the clearing where Jesus was teaching, the mood shifted. The crowd swelled, faces etched with hope and desperation. Each woman felt the electric pull of his presence. Their hearts synchronized with the rhythm of his words, each proclamation an echo of their own dreams and fears. A silence fell as he spoke of the kingdom, one where the last would be first, where the meek would inherit the earth. In that moment, they dared to imagine a world where they could be seen, heard, and valued. Mary, who had once been a vessel of shame, now felt like a warrior. The stories of his grace stirred in her soul, a balm to her wounds. She listened intently as he told the parable of the lost coin, of the woman who swept her house, desperate to find what was precious to her. It was as if he had plucked her from the shadows and placed her in the light, showing her that her life mattered, that she was worth seeking. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows, as the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. It was during one of these gatherings that a woman pressed through the crowd, desperate to reach Jesus. The blood that had flowed through her for years had made her an outcast. Yet she believed that just touching the hem of his garment could change everything. With trembling hands, she reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the fabric, she felt it. A surge of healing and grace. Gasps erupted around them. The woman fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face as Jesus turned, his gaze warm and knowing, drawing her close into his embrace. The emotions surged like a tidal wave, washing over the crowd. Mary felt the collective heartbeat of hope, fear, and joy merge into a symphony of life. The women around her were no longer just followers. They were part of something bigger, woven into the very fabric of his mission. Each one had a role to play in the unfolding story of salvation that was both personal and communal. Then, as the days turned into weeks, the mood shifted again. The shadows of doubt crept into their hearts as they witnessed the growing hostility from the religious leaders. The very men who should have welcomed him were threatened by the truth he proclaimed. Mary's heart sank with each passing day, the fear of losing him gnawing at her spirit. Yet, Amid the turmoil, she found strength in the unity of her sisters. Together, they confronted their fears, drawing courage from their shared faith. One evening, as the sun set in hues of orange and purple, Jesus gathered his inner circle. The tension was palpable. He shared words that would echo through time, words that spoke of betrayal and sacrifice. The women listened, their hearts heavy. They didn't understand the full weight of his message, but they felt it. A deep, unsettling feeling that something monumental was about to happen. Mary, who had found liberation in his love, clung to hope. She believed that even if darkness engulfed them, his light would prevail. The bond between these women grew tighter, a sisterhood forged in the fires of shared experience and unwavering faith. They would not be silent. When the world turned against him, they would stand firm. As the days blurred with tension and uncertainty, they arrived at the garden, where betrayal lurked like a serpent in the grass. The air was thick with the scent of impending sorrow. The women felt a chill wash over them, an instinctive understanding that the world was about to shift beneath their feet. Jesus knelt in prayer, his anguish palpable, and the women found themselves drawn to him, tears pooling in their eyes. They could not know what was coming, but they sensed it, the monumental shift of the ages. As they stood in the shadows, the weight of their commitment pressed heavily upon them. They were not merely followers. They were the anchors of his story, the bearers of hope in a world that threatened to drown out all that was good. Mary felt a surge of determination rise within her. No matter what lay ahead, she and the women would carry his story forward, a flame of love in the encroaching darkness. The journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the dusty streets of Jerusalem. It was the kind of evening where the air crackled with anticipation, where whispers of a revolution danced on everyone's lips. Among the throngs gathered, one figure stood out, her presence both commanding and serene. Mary, a woman of unwavering spirit and profound faith, watched as the disciples huddled together, their voices a mix of laughter and uncertainty. Mary had not been one to simply follow. She was a force of nature, a woman who had seen the worst of life and emerged with an unbreakable resolve. Her journey alongside the disciples had been filled with moments of camaraderie, tension, and unspoken bonds. Each encounter shaped her relationship with these men, reflecting a delicate dance of acceptance, skepticism, and deepening respect. As she approached the circle of disciples, the laughter faded, giving way to a palpable tension. Peter, with his boisterous spirit, always seemed to be on the edge of bluster, while John, the beloved disciple, carried an air of quiet understanding. Yet, it was James, the son of Zebedee, who often met her gaze with a blend of admiration and guardedness. They were warriors of faith, but their journey was not without hurdles. One evening, as dusk settled and stars began to twinkle, Mary found herself sitting beside them by a flickering fire. The flames cast playful shadows, and a warmth enveloped them. It was during these intimate moments that true bonds were forged. Peter spoke of his fears, of the weight of leadership resting heavily on his shoulders. Mary listened, her heart aching for the man who wore his vulnerability like a second skin. She offered words of encouragement, reminding him that strength could often be found in humility. Yet, in the corners of their conversations, there lingered an unspoken tension. Some of the disciples struggled to accept a woman among them, particularly one who had been healed by Jesus himself. Mary's heart fluttered when she caught an occasional glance of doubt in their eyes. They were fine with her presence, but did they truly understand her worth? Her devotion was unwavering, yet the question hung in the air like a storm cloud, waiting to unleash its fury. One day, as they traveled to a nearby town, the group found themselves surrounded by a crowd. People clamored to hear Jesus speak, their desperate need for hope palpable. Mary stood shoulder to shoulder with the disciples, sensing the electric energy that surged through them. Yet, she noticed the way some of the men subtly edged away, their discomfort with her proximity evident. It stung, not because she sought their approval, but because she had traveled this road with them, yet felt unseen in moments that mattered most. In the days that followed, tensions escalated. A debate arose among the disciples about who would lead them when the time came to spread Jesus' message. Voices clashed as opinions flew like arrows, each man vying for recognition. Mary felt the weight of their words, the tension thickening in the air. It was Matthew who finally broke the silence, suggesting that their strength lay in unity, not division. Mary's heart leapt at his insight, and she knew she had to speak up. With a calm that belied her own inner turmoil, she shared her perspective. Leadership is not about who stands at the front, but about who can lift others up, she proclaimed, her voice steady. The disciples paused, the air around them electric. In that moment, she saw a shift. The skepticism in James's eyes softened, if only slightly, and Peter nodded, as if grappling with a new understanding. For the first time, their shared mission felt less like a competition and more like a shared calling. Yet, shadows loomed over their unity. The whispers of betrayal began to circulate, the tension palpable. One night, when the moon hung low, the disciples gathered in hushed tones, their faces etched with concern. Mary, sensing a fracture, approached them. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The silence was deafening, and finally, Judas spoke, his words laced with bitterness. "You don't understand, Mary. We're men of action, and you're just a follower." Her heart dropped, and a fire ignited within her. She wanted to scream, to reveal the truth of her devotion, her sacrifices, her unyielding love for Jesus. But instead, she took a deep breath, grounding herself. "I am not just a follower," she replied, each word deliberate. "I stand with you shoulder to shoulder. I may be a woman, but my faith is fierce, and my heart is steadfast." For a moment, silence enveloped them, the weight of her words hanging in the air. It was then that she noticed John's gaze, filled with understanding and support. In his eyes, she found solace, a hint of affirmation that perhaps, just perhaps, they were beginning to see her not just as Mary, but as Mary the disciple, Mary the believer. Days turned into weeks, and with each passing moment, their relationships shifted. The disciples began to lean on her, seeking her counsel in times of confusion and doubt. There were late-night discussions filled with laughter and tears, where they shared their dreams and fears. James, once skeptical, found comfort in her wisdom, often adding her insights to their debates. Mary became an integral part of the circle, her voice a soothing balm to their restless hearts. But just as the bonds tightened, the storm of betrayal loomed larger. The whispers of dissent grew louder, shadows creeping into their once harmonious group. Mary sensed the impending betrayal, the tension thick as they approached the final days with Jesus. The air crackled with uncertainty, and she found herself torn between her love for the disciples and her unwavering loyalty to Jesus. When the moment of betrayal arrived, it shattered the fragile peace they had worked so hard to build. Mary stood there, the heartache tearing at her, feeling both the weight of loss and the rising tension among the disciples. Each man wrestled with their own demons, their trust fractured like glass shattered on stone. In that moment, Mary realized that their bonds were not yet unbreakable. There was still a journey ahead, a path fraught with challenges that would test the very fabric of their relationships. As they faced the darkness together, Mary held onto the hope that one day, their struggles would transform into a deeper understanding, a recognition of the strength in their unity. The tension hung there, a promise of what's to come, as they prepared to navigate the storms ahead, knowing that the ties that bound them would be tested like never before. The sky burned an angry shade of red as Mary Magdalene stood at the foot of the hill, her heart racing like a trapped bird. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, suffused with the smell of sweat and despair. The crowd roared, a cacophony of shouts and jeers, but all she could hear was the frantic beating of her own heart. It felt as if the world around her was collapsing, the ground trembling beneath her feet, echoing the agony that gripped her soul. Jesus, her teacher, her friend, was up there, nailed to a cross, his body twisted in pain and anguish. It seemed incomprehensible that the man who had shown her love, who had released her from the shadows of her past, was now the centerpiece of such brutality. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the dust and dirt, blurring her vision but sharpening her resolve. She fought against the overwhelming urge to turn away, to shield her eyes from the horror, but she could not look away. Not now, not ever. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting ghostly shadows across the hill, memories flooded her mind like a rushing tide. She remembered the first time their paths crossed, how he had looked into her eyes, seeing not the sins of her past but the potential for a new life. "Your faith has saved you," he had said, and in that moment, he became her beacon of hope. Every word he spoke reverberated through her, igniting a flame of belief that had once been extinguished. Now, standing powerless before the cross, that faith felt like a brittle shell, cracking under the weight of despair. She could see the nails piercing his flesh, the crimson drops falling to the ground, mingling with the dust of the earth. Each drop was a silent scream, a reminder of the injustice unfolding before her. The voices of the crowd faded into a dull roar, drowned out by the sound of her own anguish. The world around her felt unreal, like a nightmare from which she couldn't awaken. "Crucify him!" they shouted, and each cry was a dagger, twisting deeper into her heart. How could they? How could they not see the man behind the miracles, the love behind the teachings? She wanted to scream, to fight against the tide of hatred, to stand between Jesus and the world that sought to destroy him. But she was just one woman, alone amidst the chaos, and the bitterness of helplessness threatened to swallow her whole. Mary's gaze flickered toward the other women standing nearby, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination. They were united in their sorrow, but she could feel the weight of her own grief pressing down harder than ever. She was more than just a witness. She was a part of his story, and it felt as if that story was ending before her very eyes. Each breath he took seemed more labored than the last. Each word he managed to utter a struggle against the binding chains of death. "Father, forgive them," she heard him say, his voice breaking through the noise like a beacon of light piercing the darkest night. Forgive them? How could he even think of forgiveness at a time like this? Despair twisted within her, battling against the flicker of hope that still dared to survive. She wanted to scream, to shout that forgiveness was not for the monsters that hung him on that cursed tree, but for the innocent love he had shared with the world. His sacrifice seemed unbearable, and yet, in that moment, he taught them the true meaning of grace. The sun began its descent, casting long shadows that elongated in the fading light. Mary felt the chill of the evening air wrap around her like a shroud, a reminder of the harsh reality that awaited them all. She watched as a soldier raised his spear, thrusting it into Jesus' side. With a final, shuddering breath, her heart broke. The world tilted, and time seemed to freeze as a gasp swept through the crowd. The air was thick with sorrow, the weight of grief so heavy it felt as if the earth itself might crumble beneath it. As darkness fell, Mary stepped closer, drawn to him as if by an invisible thread. His body hung there, lifeless and broken, and she felt a profound emptiness seep into her bones. She reached out, trembling fingers brushing against the rough wood of the cross, the reality of what had happened crashing down around her like a tidal wave. She could hear the whispers of the crowd fading, but the echo of what Jesus had done for her lingered like a haunting melody. "Why?" she whispered, her voice cracking under the pressure of her sorrow. Why did it have to be this way? She felt the weight of her question hang in the air, unanswered, shimmering in the twilight. Then, just as hope began to flicker out like the dying embers of a fire, a thought ignited within her. This moment, however agonizing, was not the end. There was something in the way he had looked at her, something deeper than death or despair. She remembered his words, "I am the resurrection and the life." Could it be that even in this darkness, light awaited? The pull of that thought was strong, a thread of warmth intertwining with her heartache. She fought against the despair that threatened to consume her, refusing to accept that love could be extinguished so easily. Her spirit surged, a strong wind against the storm, and she knew she could not, would not let his memory fade. As the sky grew darker, Mary Magdalene stood resolute, a figure of unwavering strength against the backdrop of sorrow. The shadows whispered of despair, but her heart echoed with a promise that she would carry his story forward. She wouldn't let this be the end. With each breath, she prepared to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that in the depths of her sorrow lay the seeds of something miraculous and, somehow, still alive. The morning air was crisp, filled with a heavy silence that cloaked the world in a shroud of solemn anticipation. Shadows danced in the pale light as Mary Magdalene, a figure of quiet strength, made her way towards the tomb. Each step felt like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, and laced with a swell of grief that threatened to swallow her whole. The weight of sorrow hung on her shoulders, a reminder of the love she had lost, and the man who had changed everything for her. As she approached the entrance, the stone rolled away from the tomb loomed large, a formidable barrier that now felt painfully vulnerable. The sun peeked through the clouds, casting an ethereal glow around the entrance. Yet for Mary, the beauty of creation felt distant, overshadowed by her aching heart. A heavy sadness filled the air, thick and palpable. She had come to grieve, to honor the memory of Jesus, the one who had seen her not for her past but for the person she could become. He had set her free from the chains of her own despair, and now, with every step toward that cold, empty tomb, there was a gnawing sense of dread and disbelief that churned within her. When she reached the entrance, her breath caught in her throat. The stone was rolled away. Panic surged through her veins, igniting every fear she had buried deep inside. "What have they done?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Her heart raced as she stepped closer, peering into the darkness of the tomb. The cold, damp air wrapped around her like a vice, squeezing the breath from her lungs. She could see the linen wrappings lying in disarray, and her mind raced. His body was gone. The reality of that moment struck her like a thunderclap, reverberating in her soul. Despair washed over her as tears streamed down her cheeks. She stumbled backwards, feeling the weight of her grief threaten to pull her under. "Where have you taken him?" she cried out, her voice echoing in the stillness. The emptiness of the tomb seemed to mock her. It was a desolate place now, devoid of all hope, all warmth, all life. She turned away, desperate for answers, desperate for solace. In that moment, as she stood in the garden, a figure emerged in the distance. The sun broke through a cloud, illuminating the man who approached her. Her heart raced again, but this time with curiosity rather than fear. Could it be? But the figure seemed too distant, too familiar, yet she could not see his face clearly. "Mary," he called softly. The sound of her name was like music to her ears, a sweet melody that pulled at something deep inside her. She turned, squinting against the brightness that surrounded him, and suddenly, clarity washed over her. "Rabboni!" she exclaimed, the name bursting forth from her lips, a mix of disbelief and overwhelming joy. It was him. The man she had thought lost forever stood before her, alive and radiant, as if death itself had never touched him. The realization enveloped her, sending goosebumps racing across her skin. She took a step forward, her heart swelling with hope, but he held up his hand, a gentle reminder to pause. "Do not cling to me," he said, his voice both firm and tender. There was an urgency in his tone, as if he were imparting the weight of a mission. "I have not yet ascended to the Father." Every word was a thread woven into the tapestry of her soul, connecting her to something greater than herself. Mary felt the warmth of joy mingling with the chill of loss, the moment suspended in time. She wanted to rush forward, to take hold of him, to never let go. But there was a power in his presence that transcended her desire. He was not merely back. He was transformed, luminous in a way that made her slightly dizzy with wonder. "Go to my brothers," he instructed, urgency flickering in his eyes. "Tell them that I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." His words were not just a task but a promise, a commission that sent shivers down her spine. The weight of their importance settled heavily upon her, and she could feel the world shifting in that moment. Mary stood there, a whirlwind of emotions. Her heart raced, filled with a fierce joy that battled against the sorrow of the past days. She had witnessed the impossible, the infinite love that defied death and despair. She was no longer just a woman grieving the loss of a friend, but now a messenger of hope. The tomb, once a place of mourning, had transformed into a sacred ground of resurrection. As she turned to leave, the air crackled with a new energy, wrapping around her like a cloak of promise. She could feel the weight of the world behind her, yet knew that she had been entrusted with a truth that could change everything. Her feet moved swiftly, urgency propelling her forward, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of a new beginning. The garden was alive with colors, sounds, and scents that felt vibrant and electric, as if creation itself was rejoicing. With every step, she felt the assurance of her purpose growing stronger. The shadows of doubt began to lift, replaced by a dawning light that illuminated her path. She was more than a witness. She was a herald of the profound truth that life prevailed even in the face of death. The world awaited the message she carried, and as she moved toward the horizon, the sun rose higher, casting golden rays upon her, igniting a fire within her spirit. Mary's heart thundered in her chest, her breath unsteady with the weight of her task. And as she rushed into the unknown, the echoes of that moment lingered, holding the promise of something extraordinary waiting just beyond the horizon. The air around her crackled with anticipation, a promise that the dawn of a new day was not just on the way, but already here, unfolding in beautiful mystery, ready to reshape everything she thought she knew. The pre-dawn sky hung heavy with darkness, the sharp chill of the morning air biting at the skin. Mary Magdalene stood outside the tomb, her heart a wild drum in her chest, echoing the chaos within. She had come to grieve, to mourn the man who had changed her life forever. The weight of her sorrow was an almost tangible presence, wrapping around her like a heavy cloak, each breath a struggle against the overwhelming tide of despair. The world felt so still, yet within her, emotions swirled like a tempest. As she stepped closer to the entrance of the tomb, the stone that had sealed it loomed large in her memory, a symbol of finality. She could still hear the echoes of that day, the cries of anguish, the shouts of despair. Her heart had shattered, splintered into countless pieces, as she had watched everything she believed in vanish in a heartbeat. Yet now, as dawn began to break, a strange stir of hope flickered in her chest. Was it foolish? A cruel trick of the mind? Mary shivered, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The air began to change, a gentle breeze whispering secrets of the morning. Mary stepped into the cool, musty darkness of the tomb, her heart racing with anticipation. The stone was rolled away, its massive weight no longer a barrier. Could it be? She stepped inside, her eyes widening in disbelief. The tomb was empty. The shroud that had once covered him lay carelessly folded, as if waiting for someone to pick it up. A rush of confusion and dread washed over her. Where was he? She turned quickly, her breath hitching in her throat, and there he stood, a figure bathed in brilliant light, so radiant and overwhelming that she could scarcely comprehend it. It was a vision that pierced through her grief like the first rays of sunlight breaking through a dense fog. "Woman, why are you weeping?" he asked, his voice gentle yet commanding, reverberating through the hollow stone walls. "Because they have taken away my Lord," Mary replied, her voice trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could hardly believe her eyes, could hardly grasp the reality before her. Was this an illusion born of her heartbreak? But his presence was undeniable. It was real. The warmth that radiated from him seemed to wrap around her, reassuring her soul. "Mary," he said, and in that single word, her name, there was a universe of meaning. It cut through the noise of her despair, and suddenly, she knew. Her heart soared as she whispered, "Rabboni!" The word erupted from her lips, a mix of joy and disbelief. This was not the end. It was a beginning. She reached out to him, fingertips brushing against the fabric of the divine. But he stepped back slightly, his expression shifting to one of gentle caution. "Do not cling to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father," he said, and in that moment, The weight of her sadness lifted just enough to allow a glimmer of understanding to break through. He wasn't just alive. He was transformed, moved beyond the confines of mortal understanding. The air around her crackled with the electric charge of something monumental, something that would ripple through the ages. Mary stood there, frozen in a moment that felt eternal, the implications washing over her like waves crashing against the shore. She was the first to witness this miraculous event, bestowed with a sacred trust. The burden of that knowledge felt immense, yet somehow, it filled her with both pride and purpose. How could she share this with the world that had shunned her? The whispers of her past echoed in her mind, reminding her of the shadows she had once lived in. But now, she felt a new light flooding her being. "Go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God," he commanded. The urgency in his voice stirred her deeply, igniting a fire within her that had long been dormant. She turned and fled from that tomb, her heart racing with a blend of terror and exhilaration. Each footfall rang with the power of revelation, each breath fueled by the knowledge of the extraordinary. As she raced through the dim streets, the world around her seemed to awaken from its slumber. The morning sun began to cast warm golden hues across the landscape. The birds broke into song, their melodies a chorus to accompany her joy. She could hardly contain the news, the truth bursting forth like a spring bloom after a long, harsh winter. Her past was a shadow now, a mere backdrop to the glory of this moment. Mary Magdalene, once a woman scorned, now held the key to a profound truth, a truth that would echo throughout history, reverberating in the hearts of millions. She was not just a witness. She was the herald of resurrection, the first to proclaim hope where despair had reigned. Her life had transformed in an instant, and in that transformation lay the seeds of change for humanity. With each stride, she envisioned the faces of the disciples, Peter, John, and the others, their disbelief, their confusion. Would they believe her? Would they accept that a woman, once an outcast, now bore the greatest news the world had ever known? Mary's heart raced, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through her veins. She could already feel their skepticism, the weight of their traditions pressing heavily upon their hearts. Yet, in her, there burned an unquenchable fire. The city lay before her, waking to the dawn of a new day. But for Mary, the day had already transformed into something extraordinary. She raced through the streets, weaving her way through the throngs of early risers, her heart aflame with purpose. The world was about to shift, and she, Mary Magdalene, would be at the forefront of that revolution. No longer would her voice be silenced. No longer would she be overlooked. The message of love, of hope, and of resurrection was on her lips, ready to change the world forever. As she approached the place where the disciples gathered, the weight of anticipation swelled in her chest. She could see them, their faces lined with confusion and sorrow, still trapped in the shadows of despair. She paused for a moment, catching her breath, the reality of her mission crashing over her like a wave. This was it. She was the first witness, but now she was called to be the first messenger. The air crackled with tension, the promise of what was to come heavy in the air. "Jesus is alive!" she burst forth, her voice almost a shout, filled with urgency and passion. The words tumbled from her lips, a declaration that would shake the very foundations of their beliefs. The startled faces of the disciples turned towards her, eyes wide with disbelief. She could see the spark of doubt flickering in their gazes. Would they truly understand what she was saying? Would they grasp the enormity of the moment she had just lived? And so, in that charged atmosphere, the world began to shift, the dawn of a new age unfurling before them, the echoes of resurrection resonating in the hearts of those who would listen. Mary Magdalene stood as the bridge between despair and hope, a testimony of love that would ripple through time, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, light could break through, transforming everything in its path. Her story had just begun. In the dim light of dawn, a gentle mist hung over the hills, shrouding the village in a veil of quiet mystery. The air was thick with unspoken promise, as if the very earth knew something monumental was about to unfold. Mary Magdalene stood on the edge of a rocky path, her heart pounding like a drum at a festival. This was not just another day. It was the day that would change everything. The sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays onto her face, warming her skin as hope ignited within her. She had seen things, miracles that twisted reality and rewritten the rules of life. She had walked beside the man who was more than a teacher. He was a beacon of love in a world shadowed by despair. Yet, she felt the weight of her own past pressing down, even as a new destiny beckoned. What did it mean to be chosen? The thought sent shivers down her spine, electrifying her senses and filling her with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. As she made her way through the narrow streets, the whispers of the townsfolk fluttered around her like restless birds. Some gazed, their eyes filled with skepticism, others with awe. They had seen her transformation from a woman possessed to a follower of light, but even now, they struggled to see the power that pulsed within her. Would they ever understand that she was destined to be more than a witness? She was to be a messenger, a herald of hope. Mary approached the gathering place, where familiar faces awaited her. They were the devoted, the curious, and the hesitant. Each had their own stories, their own burdens. As she stepped forward, the crowd fell silent. They sensed her urgency, her conviction. "I have something to share," she began, her voice trembling yet strong. She spoke of love, redemption, and the promise of something greater than themselves. With every word, she wove a tapestry of faith, each thread glimmering with the light of their shared experiences. But the heaviness in the air thickened, and doubt loomed. "What makes you worthy?" A voice broke from the crowd, harsh and unforgiving. The question hung like a dark cloud, dampening the atmosphere. Mary felt the sting of it deep in her heart. Worthy? What did that mean when a life had been lived amid shadows and storms? She remembered the pain of her past, the chains that had bound her. Yet, she also recalled the warmth of compassion, the touch of healing, and the moments of clarity that had led her here. "I am not worthy," she replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "None of us are, but in our imperfection lies the beauty of our truth. We are chosen not for who we were, but for who we can become." The crowd stirred, captivated yet cautious. She could see flickers of belief igniting in their eyes, hope wrestling with doubt. This was her moment, not to defend herself, but to elevate them all. In that sacred space, Mary felt a presence envelop her, a warmth that filled the air like a gentle breeze. It was as if the universe itself acknowledged her purpose. The murmurs quieted, and she could sense the shift, the transition from skepticism to possibility. "You do not have to be perfect to spread a message of love," she continued, her heart racing with every word. "You simply have to be willing to share your truth." As she spoke, she could feel the energy in the room transforming. Hearts began to open, walls started to crumble. The air buzzed with an electricity that sent goosebumps racing along her skin. She could see faces soften, and for a moment, all doubts melted away. In that fleeting instant, she became not just a woman with a past, but a vessel for something divine. Then, from the back of the crowd, a figure emerged. A man cloaked in authority, his presence commanding and intimidating. He stepped forward, eyes narrowed, challenging the very core of her mission. "You think you can lead us? You think you can speak for him because of some fleeting moment of clarity?" His voice dripped with disdain, accusation woven into every syllable. Mary's heart pounded in her chest. The air thickened with tension as she faced him, the weight of the world upon her shoulders. Doubt clawed at her heart, but she steeled herself against it. This was not merely about her. It was about a movement, a revolution of the spirit. "I don't speak for him," she declared, her voice rising with conviction. "I speak because of him. I speak because he has shown me the way." The crowd held its breath, caught in the tempest of emotions swirling around them. Would they see the truth she held? Would they embrace the message she carried? In that moment, Mary felt the enormity of her calling, her destiny unfurling like a scroll before her. "Love is not bound by tradition or expectations," she shouted, her heart racing. It is free, wild, and untamed. It heals the broken and ignites the weary. As she spoke, she could see the flicker of hope in the eyes of those who had listened, the walls of doubt beginning to crack. It was a dance of faith, a flame of belief igniting in the hearts of many, even as the darkness lurked at the edges. And then, in that charged moment, she saw him, the man who had changed her life, who had breathed new purpose into her existence. He stood among them, a serene smile illuminating his face, his eyes filled with unwavering support. It was a glance that spoke volumes, a silent affirmation of the path she had chosen. The man who had once walked on water had now entrusted her with the weight of his message. The realization struck her like a thunderclap, sending a rush of adrenaline through her veins. "I am chosen." The words burst from her lips, a proclamation that echoed through the crowd, reverberating against the very stones beneath their feet. As the crowd grew restless, an electric energy surged between them. Mary sensed the palpable shift, an awakening. This was no longer just about her destiny. It was about the collective journey they would embark upon together. Their fears, their hopes, and their willingness to believe would carve the path forward. In that moment, the dawn of a new era flickered like a candle flame, fragile yet fierce, ready to illuminate the darkest corners of their souls. A divine messenger stood before them, ready to share a truth that would ripple through time, igniting hearts and transforming lives. With each beat of her heart, she felt the world holding its breath, waiting for what was next, waiting for the light to burst forth, the message that would change everything. And just as the first rays of the sun spilled across the horizon, the path before her lay open and uncharted, filled with promise and uncertainty. Mary Magdalene took a step forward, and the world shifted beneath her feet. A new chapter about to unfold, alive with the potential of something extraordinary. The dawn was breaking softly over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold. Active breath held tight within their chests. Silence lay heavy over the garden, each breath of wind whispering the promise of a new day. Yet, in that stillness, a heart raced. Mary Magdalene stood alone, her chest heaving with a mix of fear and hope. The last 3 days had been nothing short of a storm, chaotic, terrifying, and overwhelming. She had loved deeply, witnessed cruelty that tore at the very fabric of her soul. And now, in the quiet of that morning, she felt an unshakable pull toward the tomb where her world had shattered. In the Gospel of John, Mary is not just a figure. She is the embodiment of unwavering devotion. As she approached the tomb, her mind was a tempest of emotions. Would the body of her beloved teacher still lie there, lifeless and cold? As the stone rolled away, the world around her blurred, leaving only the pounding of her heart echoing in her ears. When she peered inside, the tomb was empty. Shock coursed through her like a lightning bolt, igniting a fierce determination. She had to find him. She had to know what happened. Contrast this moment with the other Gospels, where Mary is often a mere footnote in the grander narrative of resurrection. In Mark, she is simply one among many who discover the empty tomb, her fear a collective emotion shared with the others. But in John's telling, Mary is singular, isolated in her grief and love. Her tears fall like soft rain, each drop a testament to a bond that went beyond mere follower and teacher. The depth of her sorrow is palpable, her presence electric. She is the first to witness the miracle of resurrection, a woman bestowed with the greatest honor, yet carrying the weight of unbearable loss. As John's narrative unfolds, the moment when Mary encounters the risen Jesus is charged with raw emotion. "Woman, why are you weeping?" he asks, and the pain in her voice is heart-wrenching. "They have taken away my Lord, and I do not know where they have laid him." This is not just a question. It is a lifeline thrown into the abyss of her despair. The intimacy of this exchange is staggering. In that moment, it is as if the world falls away, and all that remains is the connection between two souls intertwined by love and grief. In contrast, the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew and Luke, paint a broader picture, yet miss the heartbeat of this profound moment. While they acknowledge her presence and the news she bears, They lack the emotional depth and personal connection that John captures. The other accounts focus on the resurrection itself, the angels, and the joyous proclamation of victory over death, but they fail to linger on Mary's anguish, her longing, her transformation from despair to hope. In John, her journey is both internal and external, a beautiful dance between loss and love. When Jesus finally calls her by name, Mary, the world shifts. It is not just a name. It is a recognition of her identity, her worth, her unwavering faith. In that instant, the veil of sorrow is lifted, and joy bursts forth like sunlight breaking through clouds. Her response, Rabboni, echoes with a mixture of relief and reverence. It is a moment that transcends time and space, where love conquers death, and a woman who was once shunned by society is elevated to a messenger of hope. But the contrast doesn't end there. In the Gospel of John, Mary is entrusted with a mission to go and tell the others. Go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God. In this directive, there's a radical shift. Mary is no longer a mere spectator. She becomes the first apostle, the first to share the good news. Her voice carries weight, a powerful instrument of change in a world that often overlooked women. She embodies the very essence of faith, bold, tenacious, and unwavering. This theme of agency is strikingly absent in the other Gospels. Matthew and Mark depict the disciples as the primary figures who receive the news, relegating Mary to the background. Luke, while giving her a more prominent role, still does not capture the magnitude of her transformation. It's a subtle but significant difference. In John, Mary Magdalene is not only a witness to Jesus' resurrection, she is an architect of the new faith that would spread like wildfire across the world. Her story is not just a narrative of loss. It is a declaration of empowerment. As the echoes of her voice spread through the air, the realization hits hard. Mary's experience is not just hers. It resonates with the struggles of countless women throughout history, their voices often silenced, their stories untold. In John's Gospel, Mary's story becomes a rallying cry for those who yearn to be acknowledged, who long to be seen. It's a powerful reminder that the divine does not choose the strong or the mighty, but often the humble and the overlooked. Yet, as the sun rose higher in the sky, bathing the garden in golden light, doubt crept in. What would the disciples think when she delivered this message? Would they believe her? Would they see her as credible or just a woman lost in her grief? The tension in her heart was palpable. The world around her brimmed with the promise of resurrection, yet the weight of societal norms pulled her back, casting shadows of uncertainty. In this moment, the Gospel of John stands apart. Mary's emotive journey is not just a tale of resurrection. It is a declaration of faith and courage in the face of doubt. While the other Gospels depict the resurrection as a collective event, John's narrative underscores the profound importance of individual experience. It speaks to the power of one woman's love and devotion, shedding light on the extraordinary in the ordinary. As Mary made her way back to the disciples, the words of Jesus still echoed in her mind. Each step was heavy with the gravity of her mission, yet each breath filled her with a newfound hope. Her heart swelled with the knowledge that she was chosen, that her voice mattered. The tension between fear and faith danced within her, spurring her onward, urging her to break through the barriers of disbelief. In this intersection of history and faith, where Mary Magdalene stands at the forefront of resurrection, the landscape of her story intertwines seamlessly with the narratives of countless others. The emotional tapestry is rich and complex, fraught with pain yet bursting with light. Each gospel presents its own shade of truth, but John's portrayal of Mary is undeniably a poignant, heart-stirring testament to love's power to transcend, to heal, and to uplift. In a dimly lit room, shadows flicker across the walls as whispers of ancient prayers fill the air. A woman, cloaked in simplicity yet radiating an unearthly grace, kneels before a flickering oil lamp, her face illuminated by its warm glow. This is Mary, not just a figure from ancient texts but a living embodiment of hope and love. As her story unfolds within the early Christian communities, her image transforms, growing from a humble mother to a divine intercessor, touching the hearts of countless believers. At first, Mary is a quiet presence, a woman defined by her role as a mother. Early Christians cherished her not for her divinity, but for her humanity. They envisioned her with the same fears and joys of any mother: the fear of a world that sought to silence her son and the joy of witnessing his miracles. In small gatherings, they spoke of her with reverence, recounting the moment of the Annunciation when the angel Gabriel brought news that would change her life forever. The community, huddled together, would hold their breath as they imagined the weight of her acceptance, the courage it took to say yes when the world seemed to swirl in chaos. Word spread through these communities, a gentle tide lifting her image from the depths of obscurity. As stories of Jesus began to weave through the fabric of early Christian thought, Mary emerged not just as a mother, but as a symbol of unwavering faith. In the shadows of persecution and doubt, she became a beacon, guiding believers through their darkest nights. They painted her in vibrant hues on the walls of their secret meeting places, each stroke of a brush capturing the essence of her strength and maternal love. The spirit of the early followers resonated with her. They saw in her face the reflection of their struggles and dreams. As tales of miraculous healings and divine interventions spread, Mary's position began to shift. No longer just a mother, she was becoming a protector, a figure who could intercede with her son on behalf of the faithful. The stories told in hushed tones transformed her into the Mother of God, a title that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to utter it. The heat of the sun could not compare to the fire of faith ignited within the hearts of believers who sought her aid in times of despair. From the sick to the sorrowful, they turned to her, their pleas rising like incense into the heavens. Every prayer, every act of devotion, added layers to her image. In the corners of homes, small altars appeared, adorned with simple icons depicting her gentle gaze. The early Christians understood that in venerating Mary, they were not worshiping her as a goddess, but honoring her unique relationship with the divine. Their voices intertwined in song, a melody that resonated through the narrow streets, echoing the sentiment: if she was chosen to bear the Son of God, then she is indeed worthy of our love and respect. As the years passed, the marriage of humility and power in Mary's image continued to evolve. In times of persecution, when faith was tested, Mary's strength became a source of inspiration. The Roman Empire loomed large, seeking to extinguish the flickering lights of early Christianity. Yet, amidst this darkness, Mary stood tall, her silhouette a reminder of resilience. Believers held tightly to the stories of her unwavering faith as the world around them threatened to collapse. They gathered in secret, recounting how she had witnessed the crucifixion, her heart breaking yet unyielding. The shift in her representation was palpable. From the motherly figure of the early years, she became the epitome of grace under pressure, a warrior of peace. Artistic renditions began to depict her not merely as a nurturing figure, but as one adorned with regal attributes. Crowned with stars, she stood atop the earth, her arms outstretched in a gesture of compassion and embrace. The faithful saw her not just as a mother, but as a queen of heaven, a powerful intercessor who could sway the heart of her divine Son. The rhythm of the community's faith quickened. With every new depiction, every new prayer, the fabric that held them together grew stronger. In the early churches scattered across the landscape, her image adorned frescoes, mosaics, and sacred texts. The sound of the faithful chanting her name filled the air, echoing off the walls and wrapping around them like a protective cloak. In these spaces, Mary became a tangible connection between heaven and earth, a bridge between the divine and the human experience. As whispers of her miracles spread across lands, communities began to see her as the embodiment of compassion itself. They shared stories of her appearing in dreams, guiding lost souls back to the light. The emotional intensity of these experiences wove her deeper into the hearts of believers. In moments of desperation, they remembered her tears at the foot of the cross, and they reached for her, calling her name as if she were standing right beside them. "Mary, help me!" echoed through the streets, a chorus of need and devotion that sent ripples of hope through the gathering crowds. The evolution of Mary's image surged ahead, and her place in the theological discussions of the early church flourished. The air crackled with debates and discussions over her importance, her role, and how she should be honored. Scholars, believers, and leaders wrestled with the meanings and implications of her ever-expanding image. The more they spoke of her, the more they felt her presence among them. Tension mounted as the question of her divinity lingered in the air, a shimmering thread weaving through the fabric of faith. With every gathering, every prayer, Mary became a living testament to the transformative power of faith. She was no longer just a footnote in the story of Jesus, but a vibrant, breathing figure, embodying the hopes and dreams of those who sought solace in her embrace. These communities were alive with her spirit, each individual finding comfort in her image, an image evolving, expanding, and becoming ever more powerful as it intertwined with their own struggles, joys, and aspirations. And so, the story spins on, the image of Mary shifting, deepening, and expanding. Around every corner, in every heart, the need for her presence grows stronger, each whisper, each prayer echoing through time and space. The faithful, bound together by their devotion, await the next chapter in her unfolding story, the air thick with anticipation and hope as they step into the unknown, where her image will continue to be shaped by their faith, longing, and love. In the dim light of a candlelit room, a group of early Christians huddled together, whispering fervently over scrolls and fragments of parchment. Their eyes flickered with the glow of the flames, illuminating faces lined with uncertainty and fervor, as they sought the sacred truths they believed had been hidden from them. Among them was a woman, not just any woman, but Mary Magdalene, a figure often shrouded in shadows, yet pulsing with a power and wisdom that was unmistakable. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a rebellion against the mainstream narratives that sought to silence voices like hers. The Gnostic texts, found buried within the sands of time, painted Mary as a teacher, a confidant of Christ, and a bearer of secret knowledge. These were writings that challenged the very fabric of accepted beliefs, casting Mary in a light that glimmered with strength and insight, rather than the conventional image of a fallen woman. In these texts, she was more than a follower. She was a leader, a visionary who dared to grasp the divine truth that others could only whisper about. As the scrolls were unfurled, an electric tension filled the air. Among the most striking was the Gospel of Mary, where her voice rang out with clarity and conviction. It spoke of inner peace and the path to salvation that lay within, a sharp contrast to the dogmas imposed by the patriarchal church. The words flowed with the kind of authority that made the very walls seem to lean in closer, listening to the heartbeats of those gathered around her. Here, Mary was revealed not as a mere witness to the resurrection, but as a profound teacher offering insights that could elevate the soul itself. "Do not be troubled," she said, her voice steady amidst the chaos of doubt. "What you seek lies within you. The light is not outside. It resides in the depths of your spirit." The room fell silent, each individual caught in the spell of her wisdom. It was a whisper of truth that cut through the confusion of their times, a truth that reverberated through the ages. Yet, with such potent revelations came the fierce backlash of those in power. The Orthodox Church saw Mary's teachings as a threat, an uprising that could unravel the very foundations they had built their authority upon. Time and again, they sought to silence her voice, to suppress the scriptures that painted her in a light contrary to the image of submission and sin they wished to project. The battle was not just for the soul of Christianity. It was a struggle for the feminine voice that had been silenced for too long. In the shadows of history, other Gnostic texts emerged, like the Gospel of Philip, where Mary was depicted as the companion of Jesus in a way that suggested an intimacy that transcended mere friendship. The words flowed freely, hinting at a connection that was both sacred and profound, challenging the societal norms of their day. Mary was the one who knew the truth, more than all the disciples combined. One passage boldly declared, igniting a firestorm of both reverence and resentment. Tales of her wisdom spread like wildfire among those who sought something more from their faith, stories that echoed through the alleyways of Jerusalem and whispered among the hills of Galilee. Her teachings ignited a spark of hope in a world that had long cast women aside, filling the hearts of many with a sense of empowerment and possibility. Yet, with each story told, the backlash grew fiercer. The fear of the unknown, the fear of women claiming their rightful place in spirituality, became a force that would stop at nothing to erase her legacy. As the candle flickered and shadows danced across the walls, the atmosphere thickened with emotion. The Gnostic texts became not just records of belief, but a battleground for identity, faith, and the right to speak one's truth. Each line crafted with love, each word etched with pain, whispered the promise of a different kind of freedom. One where Mary Magdalene stood not in the background but at the forefront, challenging the very essence of the male-dominated narrative that sought to erase her. In one of the most haunting passages from the Gospel of Mary, she spoke of the soul's journey, urging her followers to transcend the physical and to embrace the divine that resided within. The mind is a tree, and the branches reach out to the heavens, she taught, her words echoing with a resonance that stirred the hearts of all who listened. It is through knowledge of oneself that one finds the path to the divine. This was a revolutionary concept, one that defied the control exerted by religious leaders, offering a path where personal experience and inner wisdom trumped the blind following of dogma. Yet, the more her teachings spread, the more fervently the Church sought to silence them. The echoes of Mary's voice began to fade, as the fear of her power turned into a desperate need to conceal it. The pages of history turned, but the fight continued, a silent war fought in the hearts of those who remembered her. She became a symbol not just of resistance but of an awakening, a call to reclaim the sacred feminine that had been lost in the annals of time. As the candle burned low, casting flickering shadows across the room, the air thick with anticipation and resolve, the threads of Mary's story intertwined with those of countless others who dared to challenge the status quo. The Gnostic texts, once dismissed and hidden away, now glowed with a radiant intensity, speaking of a truth that refused to be extinguished. The voices of women, long silenced, began to rise once more, reclaiming their rightful place in the tapestry of spirituality. And as the final words of the Gospel of Mary lingered in the air, the flickering flame extinguished, leaving behind a darkness filled with unspoken potential. The pages, heavy with history and hope, awaited the day when they would shine brightly again. In the silence that followed, a new understanding began to unfold, a longing for the lost teachings of Mary Magdalene, the woman who dared to shine her light against the backdrop of a world that sought to dim it. The echoes of her wisdom promised more stories yet to be told, more truths waiting to be unearthed, ready to transcend time and challenge the very foundations of belief itself. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced across the walls as a woman sat alone, her gaze fixed on the pages of an ancient manuscript. The flickering candlelight illuminated the delicate script, the words whispering secrets long buried beneath centuries of tradition. This woman, draped in a simple garment, felt the weight of history pressing down upon her. In this moment, she was not just an onlooker. She was a seeker, yearning to understand the role of Mary, the mother of Jesus, in a world that often silenced her voice. Mary, revered in countless texts, has been a figure of profound significance in Christianity. Yet, it is in the apocryphal writings, the texts excluded from the canonical Bible, where her story takes on an extraordinary depth, revealing layers of emotion, struggle, and divine connection. These writings, like hidden gems, beckon to those willing to listen. In the Gospel of James, Mary's birth is shrouded in miraculous circumstances. Her parents, Joachim and Anne, were elderly and childless, burdened by the weight of societal expectations. Their prayers echoed in the stillness of the night, and suddenly, joy erupted like a flame in the darkness, and, filled with hope, bore a daughter destined for greatness. This was no ordinary child. She was to be set apart, chosen by God to carry the divine. As years passed, Mary blossomed into a young woman of unmatched grace. The apocryphal writings reveal her life in the temple, where she was nurtured by holy women, taught the sacred traditions, and prepared for an unparalleled destiny. Imagine the flicker of candlelight reflecting in her eyes, the soft melodies of prayers floating through the air, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. Yet, beneath the surface lay a tumult of emotions, excitement, curiosity, and a hint of fear about the path laid before her. When the angel Gabriel appeared, the air crackled with divine energy. "You will conceive and bear a son," the angel proclaimed, sending ripples through Mary's very being. The weight of this announcement pressed down upon her like a heavy cloak. "How can this be?" she whispered, her heart racing. In that moment, she embodied both the fragility and strength of humanity, wrestling with disbelief yet surrendering to faith. Her acceptance was not just a moment of joy. It was a declaration of courage that would echo through the ages. The Gospel of Mary, a gem among the apocryphal texts, unveils her journey post-resurrection. Here, she stands not just as a supporter of Jesus but as a beacon of wisdom and enlightenment. The tension escalates when the disciples, overshadowed by their own doubts, question her understanding of the divine. "How can a woman grasp such profound truths?" they murmur, revealing the societal constraints that seek to diminish her voice. But Mary, undeterred, rises to the occasion. Her words resonate with authority, dispelling the doubts of those around her. "I have seen the Lord," she proclaims, and in that moment, the weight of her experience becomes a light that ignites the hearts of many. The apocryphal writings often portray Mary in roles that defy societal norms. In the Gospel of Philip, she emerges as a powerful figure, intimately connected with Jesus. Their relationship transcends mere kinship. It is imbued with a depth of understanding and love that defies explanation. Mary is the one who knows the truth, echoes through sacred texts, a proclamation that illuminates her significance in the early Christian community. In an era when women were often dismissed, Mary's voice cut through the silence like a clarion call, urging the faithful to embrace a deeper understanding of the divine. Yet the shadows linger. The tensions within the early church are palpable, and as Mary's role grows in importance, so does the pushback against her influence. The Gospel of Thomas, a collection of secret sayings attributed to Jesus, hints at her complex relationship with the other disciples. Jealousy and rivalry bubble beneath the surface, casting a pall over the unity they are meant to uphold. The words of Jesus, "Wherever you go, take Mary with you," linger in the air, a haunting reminder of the struggles that accompany her legacy. The pain of misunderstanding and rejection is poignantly captured in these apocryphal texts. Mary becomes a symbol of resilience in the face of adversity. Her heart, once filled with joy at the angel's announcement, now bears the scars of witnessing the crucifixion. The Gospel of Peter recounts the anguish of that day, a day when hope seemed lost. Mary stands at the foot of the cross, her tears mingling with the dust, each drop a testament to her love and unwavering faith. The anguish she feels is palpable, a reminder that even the most holy are not immune to suffering. But amidst the sorrow, there is a flicker of hope. The Gospel of Mary hints at a transformative experience after the resurrection. Mary, embraced by the risen Christ, becomes a vessel of love and understanding. Her heart, once heavy with grief, is now filled with purpose. She carries the message of resurrection, a call to the disciples to rise above their despair. In her eyes, they see not just a mother but an embodiment of divine wisdom, urging them to embrace their own journeys. In this tapestry woven from the threads of the apocryphal writings, Mary emerges as a figure of profound complexity. Her role is not confined to motherhood or submission. It is a powerful narrative of strength, courage, and divine connection. She embodies the struggles of countless women throughout history, those who have fought to be heard, those who have faced adversity, and those who have dared to embrace their truth. As the candle flickers one last time, illuminating the words on the page, the woman in the dimly lit room feels a surge of emotion. Mary's story, rich with tension and resilience, beckons to be shared. The echoes of the past ripple through time, inviting all who read to recognize the strength within themselves. The pages turn, and the narrative unfolds, forever entwining Mary's legacy with that of the world around her. A legacy that refuses to fade, even in the face of adversity. Each sentence, each word, is a heartbeat, a reminder that the spirit of Mary lives on, waiting to be found anew in the hearts of those who seek her light. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden rays through the olive trees that surrounded a small gathering of followers. Whispers danced in the air, laced with both hope and skepticism. They had all heard the stories, the rumors swirling like the winds of Galilee. Mary Magdalene stood at the center of it all, her presence magnetic, a beacon drawing hearts and souls toward her. She was no ordinary woman. She was a witness to miracles and the embodiment of faith in a time when such beliefs ignited flames of controversy. As she spoke, her voice rose and fell like the tides, enveloping those gathered in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. "You are not alone," she assured them, her eyes shimmering with tears unshed. "He has risen." The words hung in the air, delicate yet powerful, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of the weary. She had been one of the first to see the empty tomb, the stone rolled away, an event that shattered their understanding of life and death. In that moment, she was not just a follower. She was a messenger, entrusted with a truth that would change the world forever. Yet, even as she spoke of resurrection, deep within her heart lay a battle. The memories of her past haunted her, years filled with shadows, a life once marked by darkness. The village murmured of her, a woman of questionable reputation, someone touched by demons. But in Jesus, she found solace, purpose, and a path to redemption. The early Christian church was not just a movement. It was a sanctuary for the broken, the outcast, and the hopeful. Mary's journey became a testament to this transformation, weaving her story into the very fabric of faith. But the winds of change were fierce. The early church faced unrelenting scrutiny. The Roman Empire loomed large, casting a shadow over the fledgling believers. They met in secret, voices hushed, knowing that to proclaim their faith openly could lead to persecution. Mary, standing among them, felt the weight of history pressing down. Her heart raced as she sensed the desperation in the air. Would they have the courage to continue? Would they stand firm in the face of adversity? As she walked through the narrow streets of Jerusalem, whispers followed her like a shadow. "What does she know?" they asked. "A woman leading? Has she lost her mind?" Yet, she pushed past the doubts, her resolve hardening. Mary was more than a figurehead. She was a leader. She preached love, forgiveness, and understanding in a world that thrived on division. And those who listened were transformed. One fateful evening, as the moon bathed the cobblestones in silvery light, Mary found herself surrounded by a small group of believers. They were anxious, their voices barely above a whisper. "What if they find us?" one young man asked, fear etched on his face. Mary placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her grip steady. "We must not shrink back. Our faith is our strength." The fire in her heart ignited their courage, urging them to remember why they gathered, because belief in something greater could light the darkest of nights. Yet, shadows loomed ever closer. Reports of persecution filtered through the murmur of the crowd. The disciples had already faced their trials, betrayals, imprisonments. Mary knew their struggles all too well. She had seen Peter's anguish, heard John's quiet determination. They were more than apostles. They were her family. And together, they were bound by a singular mission: to spread a message of hope, even if it meant risking everything. The days turned into weeks, and Mary felt the urgency swell within her. Each encounter with new believers filled her with joy and trepidation alike. She witnessed the power of faith in action, as they healed the sick and comforted the grieving. Yet, with every miracle came a whisper of danger. The Sanhedrin watched, and the Romans grew restless. Mary's heart thudded in her chest as she recalled the stories of those who had come before, the prophets who had faced the wrath of the establishment. Would they become martyrs in the fight for their beliefs? One day, while teaching a group of women beside the well, Mary's voice carried into the air, vibrant and unyielding. "You are seen. Your voices matter." In that moment, she felt a surge of connection, a rush of belonging. The women gathered around her, tears glistening in their eyes, as they shared their own stories. Each tale was a thread woven into the tapestry of their collective struggle, a mosaic of faith, resilience, and courage. They were not merely followers. They were the lifeblood of a movement that transcended gender, status, and history. As the tension mounted, Mary sensed a shift in the air. The rumors grew louder. The authorities were preparing to crack down on those who dared to call themselves Christians. Her heart raced, but she refused to falter. "Do not fear the darkness," she urged them, her voice steady. "For it is in the darkness that we will shine brightest." They gathered closer, a circle of defiance, each face lit by a flicker of hope that could not be extinguished. But then came the night when everything changed. Mary received word that Peter had been arrested, his spirit unwavering but his freedom hanging by a thread. Panic surged through her, but she quelled it with fierce determination. She gathered a small group, their hearts pounding in unison, as they set out to free him. The streets were cloaked in shadow, the weight of the world pressing down on their shoulders. Yet, with every step, the embers of their faith burned brighter. In the darkness, Mary's heart swelled with purpose. She was not just a witness to hope. She was a bearer of it, a symbol of resilience in a world that sought to silence them. As they approached the prison gates, a palpable tension hummed in the air. They knew the risks, but what was fear compared to the power of their shared convictions? Hope surged through them, a force unstoppable, and as the moonlit night enveloped them, they prepared to stand up for their faith, for their community, and for the legacy they were destined to create. With the dawn of a new day approaching, the echoes of Mary Magdalene's journey intertwined with the burgeoning spirit of the early Christian church, fueling an unyielding flame that would illuminate the path for generations to come. Hope hung in the air like the scent of blooming flowers, urging them onward into the uncharted territory that lay ahead. The story was far from over. Instead, it was merely beginning to unfold, a testament to the power of belief and the courage of a woman who dared to challenge the world around her. In a dimly lit chamber, a flicker of candlelight dances across the walls, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very walls are holding their breath, waiting to unveil a story that has lingered in the recesses of history. There, amidst the flickering shadows, stands a woman whose presence transcends time, Mary Magdalene. Her story begins in the bustling streets of first-century Judea, where the dust swirled around her feet as she walked with purpose. She was not just a follower of Jesus. She was a pillar of strength, a beacon of hope in a world steeped in turmoil. It was Mary who first encountered the risen Christ, her voice trembling with disbelief and then swelling with joy as she realized she had witnessed a miracle. Her eyes sparkled with understanding as she turned to share the news, igniting a fire of faith that would spread like wildfire across the ages. Yet, the tapestry of her influence in Christian theology is woven with more threads than mere admiration. Throughout history, scholars and theologians have grappled with her role, often overshadowed by the towering figures of male apostles. This was not merely a matter of bias. It was a reflection of a society that struggled to accept a woman as a leader and a teacher. The Gospels tell us of her unwavering loyalty. Yet for centuries, her voice was muted by the heavy hand of tradition. As the early church took shape, Mary Magdalene emerged not only as a symbol of redemption but also as a challenging figure to the patriarchal norms of the time. The accounts of her life, particularly those found in the Gnostic texts, paint a picture of a woman filled with wisdom, engaged in deep theological conversations with Christ, often revealing profound truths that even the male disciples struggled to grasp. In these lost writings, she is depicted as a teacher, a confidant, and a fierce advocate for the message of Christ. Imagine the fervor that must have ignited in those secret gatherings among early Christians, where whispers of Mary's teachings inspired both hope and controversy. Tales of her spiritual authority spread, igniting debates that would echo through the corridors of time. Was she merely a sinner forgiven, or was she the very embodiment of Christ's message of love and equality? The tension between these narratives brewed like a storm, threatening to unravel the very fabric of emerging Christian thought. In the centuries that followed, as church fathers and theologians penned treatises and creeds, the figure of Mary Magdalene began to morph. No longer just a devoted disciple, she became enshrined in various interpretations, some uplifting, others degrading. The Church, in its desire to define orthodoxy, often relegated her to a role that minimized her contributions. Yet, even in the shadows, her influence persisted, like an undercurrent that refused to be silenced. Consider the Middle Ages, when the cult of Mary Magdalene flourished. Her image was painted in vibrant hues on cathedral walls, a reminder of her significance. Artists depicted her not only as the penitent sinner but also as a wise and powerful figure. She became synonymous with love and devotion, illustrating the duality of human nature, caught between sin and grace. Every brushstroke whispered of her journey, a path that would inspire countless souls seeking redemption and purpose. As the Reformation swept across Europe, bringing with it waves of change and upheaval, Mary's legacy was once again called into question. Reformers sought to strip away centuries of accumulated tradition, yet in doing so, they often overlooked the radical implications of her life and teachings. The voices of women began to stir, echoing the truths that Mary had once shared. Could it be that, in reclaiming her story, they were also reclaiming their own? The tension intensified as theologians began to re-examine Scripture, recognizing the gaps in the narratives that had prevailed for so long. Was it possible that Mary Magdalene held the key to understanding the divine feminine? The whispers grew louder, igniting passions that could not be ignored. Fast forward to the modern era, where scholars, writers, and spiritual seekers alike have rediscovered Mary's significance. Books have been written, debates have been ignited, and communities have formed around her teachings. She is no longer just a figure of the past but a symbol of resilience and empowerment. Her story has become a rallying cry for those marginalized within religious narratives, demanding to be seen and heard. As she stands at the crossroads of history, Mary Magdalene beckons to a new generation, urging them to reclaim their spiritual heritage. Her influence in the development of Christian theology is undeniable, a thread that runs through the tapestry of faith, connecting hearts and minds across time. With each retelling, her story evolves, intertwining with the lives of countless individuals seeking truth and meaning. Yet the story does not pause here. The exploration of her impact continues, weaving into the fabric of contemporary spirituality and theological discourse. Each revelation, each new understanding, breathes life into her legacy, fueling a movement that honors her as a co-creator in the unfolding story of faith. In the dimly lit chamber where her tale began, the flickering candlelight casts a warm glow, illuminating the truth that has been hidden for far too long. The whispers of history echo around her, reminding the world that Mary Magdalene is not merely a figure of the past. She is a living testament to the transformative power of love, faith, and resilience. Her story still unfolding like a beautiful tapestry, and as the light dances on the walls, it hints at the next chapter waiting to be revealed, one that promises to delve even deeper into the impacts of her life and legacy, inviting all to engage in this ever-evolving narrative that knows no end. In a dimly lit chapel, where shadows danced upon the stone walls, a woman knelt in fervent prayer. The flickering candlelight illuminated her tear-streaked face, reflecting both sorrow and hope. This was no ordinary woman. She was a faithful follower of Christ, known throughout the ages as Mary Magdalene. Her story, though whispered through centuries, echoing in the hearts of those who sought solace and strength. The air was thick with anticipation, for her legacy was about to transform the very fabric of medieval Christianity. Mary's presence lingered like a haunting melody, weaving through the tapestry of medieval faith. She had walked alongside Christ, witnessed his miracles, and stood at the foot of the cross. Her unwavering devotion had granted her a unique place in Christian history, one that medieval scholars and theologians could not ignore. As the centuries passed, her story became entwined with themes of redemption and love, capturing the imagination of countless believers. In monasteries across Europe, scribes painstakingly copied texts about her life, portraying her not just as a penitent sinner but as a powerful symbol of faith. The Church, recognizing the magnetic pull of her story, elevated her status. Her image transformed from that of a fallen woman to that of the apostle to the apostles, a title that resonated profoundly with those who longed for a deeper connection to the divine. The shift in perception was electric, igniting a fervor that spread like wildfire. As her legacy grew, so did the tales surrounding her. Some spoke of her journey to France, where she was said to have preached the gospel, bringing light to the darkness of sin. Others claimed she was a companion to Mary, the mother of Jesus, a sister in faith navigating the trials of a tumultuous world. Each new story added a layer of complexity to her character, allowing the faithful to project their hopes and fears onto her unwavering spirit. In the great cathedrals of the era, stained glass windows depicted her with flowing hair and piercing eyes, framed by light that seemed to dance with divine energy. The vibrant colors told stories of her encounters with Jesus, each hue representing the transformative power of forgiveness. The faithful gathered beneath these windows, their hearts racing as they listened to sermons that resonated with her story, igniting a fervent desire to emulate her faith. Yet not all was reverent. The medieval period was laden with contradictions, and Mary Magdalene's legacy often walked a precarious line. In some circles, she was still viewed through a lens of suspicion, her identity entangled with notions of impurity. The Church Fathers debated fiercely over her role, caught between admiration and caution. Was she a beacon of hope, or did her past cast a long shadow? These questions trapped her in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, leaving her spirit to wander through the ages, seeking validation and understanding. In the quiet corners of monastic life, women began to recognize her as a patron. They began to carve out spaces of their own, inspired by Mary's resilience. Nuns and lay women found solace in her story, drawing strength from the belief that despite their societal limitations, they too could find their voice. The mystique of Mary Magdalene breathed life into their prayers and aspirations, turning the chapel into a sanctuary of empowerment. Her legacy ignited a fire in their souls, propelling them to challenge the constraints of a male-dominated church. In the bustling marketplaces and quiet homes, tales of Mary's life spread like wildfire. Mothers whispered her name to their daughters, instilling a sense of hope and courage. "You are never alone," they would say, recalling how Mary had stood by Christ in his darkest hour. Even in despair, faith can lead you to redemption. These stories became lifelines, threads of connection that bound women to the divine and to one another, igniting a spirit of camaraderie. As the medieval era unfolded, artistic depictions of Mary emerged in every corner of Europe. Paintings splashed with vibrant colors displayed her in moments of deep contemplation, her hands clasped in prayer, or gazing into the distance as if longing for something just beyond reach. Artists captured her complexity, revealing a woman torn between her past and her divine calling. Each brushstroke held the weight of her journey, and viewers felt the raw emotion leap from the canvas. But with the dawn of the Renaissance, whispers of doubt began to creep into the discourse about Mary Magdalene. Scholars questioned the authenticity of her image, suggesting that the Church had manipulated her narrative for its own purposes. The once respected tales of her strength became overshadowed by skepticism, leaving many to wonder if they had been misled. Would her legacy endure in a world that craved certainty? Or would she fade into obscurity, another forgotten figure in the annals of history? In the midst of this turmoil, a new wave of mysticism emerged, breathing fresh life into Mary's legacy. Enigmatic texts surfaced, inviting seekers to explore the depths of her spiritual wisdom. These writings, filled with poetic verses and contemplative reflections, painted her as a mystical figure embodying divine femininity. Here, she became not just a follower of Christ but a vessel of sacred knowledge, offering insight into the mysteries of existence. The allure of her teachings drew people in, urging them to seek a connection that transcended the dogmas of the Church. Her influence rippled beyond the confines of religious institutions, seeping into the hearts of poets and philosophers. They found inspiration in her story, drawing parallels with their own quests for meaning. In the quiet corners of their minds, they grappled with the complexities of faith, love, and redemption, often returning to Mary as their guiding star. Her legacy became a balm for the weary soul, a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope could emerge from despair. With every hour that passed, Mary's legacy continued to evolve, a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The candle that once flickered in the chapel grew brighter, illuminating the hearts of believers across the ages. As the tales of her life spread far and wide, they began to intertwine with the struggles of the people, echoing their own desires for liberation and love. In the midst of a changing world, her presence remained a steady beacon, a testament to the power of faith and the enduring strength of a woman who refused to be silenced. And so, with each whisper of her name, the story of Mary Magdalene continued to breathe, pulsing with life, intertwining with the very fabric of medieval Christianity, setting the stage for further exploration, deeper understanding, and a legacy that would resonate for generations to come. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient chapel, whispers of devotion hung heavy in the air, weaving through the shadows like a secret melody. The scent of myrrh and lavender intertwined, creating a sacred atmosphere that pulsed with the heartbeat of centuries past. Here, the figure of Mary Magdalene was not just a relic of history. She was a living spirit, a beacon of hope and love, drawing the faithful into her embrace. The cult of Mary Magdalene blossomed in the fertile soil of belief, where faith and history intertwined. Her story was a tapestry of resilience and redemption, and those who gathered to honor her were bound together by an unwavering devotion. They believed that she was more than a follower of Jesus. She represented the feminine divine, a guiding light for those seeking solace in a world often shrouded in darkness. As the faithful knelt before her image, their hearts swelled with a longing that transcended time. Each whispered prayer was a thread that connected them to her, a plea for strength and guidance as they navigated the trials of their own lives. The rituals were simple yet profound, echoing the love and strength that Mary embodied. They lit candles as symbols of their hopes, each flame dancing in rhythm with their prayers, illuminating their dreams and fears. In the hushed corners of the chapel, some gathered to share sacred stories, recounting the moments that had forever changed their lives. An older woman, her voice quivering with emotion, spoke of a desperate time when she had found herself at the brink of despair. It was then that Mary's image had appeared to her in a dream, urging her to rise and reclaim her spirit. Tears streamed down her weathered cheeks as she recounted her journey of healing, a testament to the power of faith that coursed through the very veins of the cult. The practices of the cult were as varied as its followers. Some engaged in contemplative prayer, seeking connection in the stillness, while others embraced the vibrancy of dance and song, celebrating the joy Mary had brought to their lives. In secret gatherings, they exchanged sacred texts and writings attributed to Mary, venerated as Holy Scripture, each word a lifeline to the divine feminine. These texts spoke of love, compassion, and the profound bond between humanity and the sacred, resonating deeply within the hearts of all who heard them. One evening, a group of women gathered in a sun-drenched glade, the air thick with anticipation. They formed a circle, holding hands, their fingers entwined like the branches of an ancient tree. Each woman took a turn sharing her intentions, her dreams spilling forth like a river of hope. They prayed not just for themselves but for the world, calling on Mary to guide them in their quest for justice, equality, and love. Their voices rose in harmony, a haunting lullaby that echoed through the trees, connecting them to the very essence of the divine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere shifted, a palpable energy enveloping them. It was as if Mary herself was present, listening, her spirit interwoven with their prayers. The sky blazed with hues of orange and pink, a celestial canvas that mirrored the depth of their emotions. They danced, twirling and laughing, allowing the weight of their burdens to dissolve in the joy of the moment. It was a celebration of life, a tribute to the resilience they found in Mary's example. Yet the cult was not without its challenges. The world outside was often hostile, dismissing their beliefs as mere fantasy. Shadows of doubt crept in, threatening to extinguish the flickering flames of their devotion. But within the walls of their sacred spaces, they found strength in community. They leaned on one another, sharing stories of struggle and triumph, reminding each other that they were not alone. Each shared moment fortified their faith, weaving a web of support that defied the darkness encroaching upon them. In clandestine meetings, they studied the ancient texts more deeply, seeking to unravel the mysteries that surrounded Mary's life. They debated her role in the early church, challenging long-held beliefs and embracing the complexity of her identity. Was she merely a penitent sinner, or was she a leader in her own right? The discussions ignited passion, illuminating the complexities of faith and the feminine experience. Each new revelation was a spark, igniting further curiosity, fueling their desire to understand the depths of Mary's wisdom. One evening, beneath a blanket of stars, they gathered for a ritual that had been passed down through generations. They created an altar adorned with flowers, stones, and candles, each item representing a facet of Mary's life. With reverence, they began to chant, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus that seemed to awaken the very air around them. Each note echoed with intention, reverberating through the night like a heartbeat, drawing the attention of unseen forces. As the ritual unfolded, a hush fell over the group. The air thickened with anticipation, and a cool breeze swept through the glade, as if Mary herself had joined them. They felt her presence enveloping them, a warmth radiating from the center of their circle. In that moment, doubts and fears melted away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of love and acceptance. They were no longer just followers. They were one with the spirit of Mary Magdalene, united in their unwavering belief. Some members began to hear teachings in their hearts, words that resonated deeply within their souls. They believed these messages were direct insights from Mary, guiding them to live with compassion, to stand up against injustice, and to embrace their own sacred femininity. Each revelation was a gift, a treasure that fueled their collective purpose. As the night wore on, laughter and tears intermingled in a sacred dance, and the lines between the earthly and the divine blurred. Here, in this sanctified space, they existed in a moment that felt timeless. The love they shared was palpable, an energy that surged through them, binding them together in ways they could hardly articulate. The cult of Mary Magdalene thrived on this connection, a fierce commitment to honor her legacy and embody her teachings in every aspect of their lives. As dawn approached, they gathered to witness the first light of a new day, a symbol of hope and renewal. They felt the weight of the night lift, the darkness giving way to brightness. In that moment, they knew their journey was far from over. They had merely scratched the surface of understanding Mary's teachings. Their hearts ignited with the desire to share her story, to spread her message of love and compassion to a world that desperately needed it. With reverence, they whispered a final prayer, promising to carry Mary's spirit forward, to honor her sacrifices, and to embrace the divine feminine within themselves. The sun began to rise, casting golden rays that danced upon their faces, illuminating the path ahead. A path filled with possibility, love, and the unyielding strength of community. And as they began to disperse, the echoes of their prayers lingered in the air, blending seamlessly into the next chapter of their story, where the legacy of Mary Magdalene would continue to unfold. In a dimly lit chapel, the golden light of candles flickers against weathered stone, casting elongated shadows on the walls. In the center of this sacred space stands a figure, a woman of unparalleled complexity, Mary Magdalene. She is both revered and misunderstood, her presence a tapestry woven from threads of devotion and stigma, love and betrayal. As the soft echoes of whispered prayers fill the air, the weight of her story begins to unfurl, a story that will grip hearts and stir souls. During the Renaissance, an era bursting with artistic fervor and philosophical inquiry, Mary Magdalene emerges as a symbol far beyond her biblical roots. Artists paint her not merely as a penitent sinner but as a figure of strength, wisdom, and profound human experience. The brush strokes of the great masters breathe life into her image, capturing the essence of a woman who defies easy categorization. She becomes a muse, a vessel for exploring the depths of sin and redemption, love and loss. Through their eyes, Mary is transformed. She is no longer just a companion to Christ, but a reflection of the struggles that bind humanity together. In the grand halls of Florence, a striking painting hangs, a vision of Magdalene by the masterful hand of Donatello. The statue, crafted in exquisite detail, radiates vulnerability and strength. Her hair, cascading like a waterfall, frames her face, which is etched with the lines of sorrow and wisdom. The viewer feels the tension in her posture, an embodiment of the internal struggle between her past and her yearning for redemption. She clutches a jar of precious ointment, the weight of her past sin mingling with the promise of forgiveness. The candlelight dances off her skin, illuminating the duality of her nature. A woman who has loved deeply, suffered greatly, and emerged into the light, forever changed. In Venice, another interpretation takes shape, as Titian captures a moment of intimate reflection. His Mary Magdalene sits in a sun-drenched room, her gaze distant, almost lost in thought. The richness of color envelopes her, every hue alive with emotion. The soft drapery of her garments hints at her sensuality, while the glow that radiates from her figure speaks to her spiritual awakening. There is a tension in her expression, a yearning for connection mixed with the burden of her past. She is the embodiment of humanity's struggle, a reminder that even the most flawed among us can find grace. Then there is Caravaggio, whose dramatic depictions challenge the viewer to confront the rawness of sin. In his portrayal, Mary is not the polished saint of tradition but a woman of flesh and blood, grappling with her demons. The stark contrast of light and shadow creates a palpable tension, urging the audience to witness her vulnerability. As she gazes up, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hope, one cannot help but feel a shiver of recognition. This is not merely a biblical figure. This is a reflection of our own humanity, our own struggles. Caravaggio's Mary invites us into her turmoil, and in doing so, she becomes a voice for the unheard, the unseen. The Renaissance winds its way through Europe, and in Spain, the air thickens with emotion as artists take up their brushes to explore Mary's narrative. In the hands of El Greco, she transforms once more, her form elongated, her features exaggerated, capturing the essence of spiritual longing. The colors swirl around her, creating a sense of movement that pulls the viewer into her vortex of emotion. She stands at the intersection of heaven and earth, a bridge between the divine and the human experience. Every stroke carries the weight of her struggle, her pain, and ultimately, her grace. Yet, the story of Mary Magdalene does not merely reside in the sanctity of paint and canvas. Writers and scholars of the Renaissance grapple with her legend, weaving tales that intertwine history and myth. Her identity evolves, as thinkers like Erasmus and Luther begin to explore her significance in new ways, challenging the traditionally accepted narratives. In their writings, Mary becomes a lens through which forgiveness and mercy are examined, her life a testament to the complexities of faith. She is no longer just a figure of the past. She is a conversation, a debate igniting passions and convictions. As whispers of her story spread across Europe, Mary Magdalene takes on a new life in the hearts of women who feel the pulse of her struggles. They find comfort in her narrative, a solace that echoes against the societal constraints of their time. In salons and gatherings, her tale becomes a rallying cry, an emblem of female strength and resilience. The Renaissance ignites a flame, a powerful acknowledgement that women, too, have stories worth telling. In the quiet corners of convents, nuns meditate on her life, embodying her spirit in their own daily struggles for holiness amid a world that often shuns them. They find in Mary a kindred spirit, a reminder that every heart carries a history, a story of redemption waiting to unfold. The candles flicker in unison with their prayers, illuminating the walls with hope and resilience. These women, although hidden from the grand narratives of history, walk in the shadow of Mary Magdalene, each step resonating with the echoes of her journey. As the Renaissance pushes forward into the Baroque, the interpretations of Mary Magdalene continue to evolve, morphing into a figure that transcends time and space. Each artist, each writer, and each soul who contemplates her life adds another layer to her existence. She is both past and present, sinner and saint, human and divine. The story of Mary Magdalene breathes and pulses, refusing to fit neatly into the confines of a single narrative. And so, the flickering candlelight in that dim chapel continues to cast its glow, illuminating the path of countless souls searching for understanding, connection, and grace. The air thrums with the energy of her story, a melody that intertwines with the lives of those who dare to listen. The tension builds, the emotions swirl, and the echoes of history beckon, inviting the next chapter of her story to unfold. Each heartbeat resonates with the promise of discovery, as the saga of Mary Magdalene weaves through the threads of time, eternally drawing humanity closer to its own reflection in her journey. The flickering candlelight casts long shadows on the ancient walls, illuminating the faces of countless figures who have gazed upon Mary Magdalene through the ages. Her story unfolds like a tapestry woven with threads of devotion, sorrow, and redemption. The air is thick with emotion as artists have captured her essence, each stroke of paint a testament to their interpretation of her life. In early Christian art, Mary is often depicted as a figure shrouded in humility and grace. In some of the earliest frescoes, her presence is subtle yet powerful, a silent witness to the transformative moments of Christ's life. Artists, constrained by the need to adhere to theological ideals, portray her as a devoted follower, often at the foot of the cross or in the company of Christ. The delicate lines of these pieces evoke a sense of reverence, inviting onlookers to share in her quiet strength. As time marches on, the image of Mary Magdalene evolves. The Middle Ages introduce a more complex portrayal, filled with both adoration and misunderstanding. She is depicted not just as the penitent sinner but as the apostle to the apostles, a bearer of the good news. In the illuminated manuscripts of this period, she is often adorned in rich colors, her face illuminated like the very texts that tell of her journey. One can almost hear the whispers of the artists as they pour their hopes and fears into her visage, desperately trying to capture the essence of her spirit. In the Renaissance, Mary's image bursts forth with vibrancy. Here, the canvas becomes a stage for emotion and intensity. Artists like Caravaggio breathe life into her figure, infusing her with raw, palpable humanity. His portrayal of Mary, often caught in a moment of reflection or despair, highlights the duality of her existence. She is both a sinner and a saint, her tears glistening like jewels, each droplet a symbol of her unwavering faith and deep-seated pain. This emotional interplay captivates the viewer, drawing them closer as if they, too, could share in her burdens. As the brush meets canvas during the Baroque period, Mary Magdalene transforms once more. She is not merely a passive figure. She becomes a force of nature. The dramatic contrasts of light and shadow in the works of artists like Artemisia Gentileschi convey her struggles and triumphs with ferocity. Gentileschi, herself a woman navigating a male-dominated world, finds a kindred spirit in Mary. Her depictions convey a sense of fierce empowerment, a reclamation of narrative that resonates with the viewer on a visceral level. It is impossible not to feel the weight of Mary's trials as her eyes meet ours, filled with a mix of sorrow and defiance. In the 19th century, as Romanticism sweeps across Europe, Mary finds herself at the crossroads of passion and piety. Artists imbue her with an ethereal quality, transforming her into a symbol of longing and despair. The soft pastels and fluid lines of their work evoke a sense of dreamlike beauty, yet beneath the surface lies an undercurrent of anguish. Each brushstroke seems to whisper her secrets, inviting viewers to ponder the depths of her soul. She becomes not just a historical figure, but a representation of the human experience, lost, seeking, and ultimately finding redemption. As the world turns towards modernity, the image of Mary Magdalene shifts yet again. Contemporary artists challenge traditional narratives, presenting her as a complex, multifaceted individual. In the works of figures like Pablo Picasso, she is abstracted, her form reduced to shapes and colors that pulse with emotion. This departure from realism allows for the exploration of her identity in ways that resonate with a modern audience. The fragmented pieces of her existence mirror the chaos of the contemporary world, inviting us to grapple with our own understanding of faith, love, and forgiveness. In the realm of installation art, Mary Magdalene becomes a living symbol of resilience and empowerment. Artists use mixed media to create immersive experiences that evoke both her historical significance and her contemporary relevance. Through installations that incorporate sound, light, and movement, viewers are drawn into an emotional landscape that challenges them to reconsider their perceptions of sin and salvation. The experience is visceral, a reminder that her story is far from over. It continues to unfold in the hearts and minds of those willing to listen. As the threads of Mary Magdalene's narrative intertwine with the evolution of art, her influence is undeniable. Each era breathes new life into her character, reflecting the changing tides of society while maintaining an essence that is both timeless and poignant. Her story is told not just in the colors and shapes of the artwork, but in the emotions they invoke, resonating with viewers across generations. The candles flicker, and the shadows dance on the walls, suggesting that Mary's legacy is alive and well, echoing through time. With every brushstroke, every sculpted figure, she remains a symbol of hope and redemption, a reminder of the power of love in the face of adversity. Those who have come before us have whispered her name through art, and their interpretations continue to inspire, challenge, and evoke feelings that transcend the ages. As the gaze drifts from one artwork to another, the connection between Mary and her viewers deepens. Her story, woven into the fabric of humanity, calls out for understanding and compassion. As the narrative of her life flows seamlessly through the generations, it invites all who encounter it to reflect on their own experiences of love, loss, and the hope that lies in the possibility of renewal. Each artist, through their unique lens, contributes to the ongoing dialogue surrounding Mary Magdalene. Their creations serve as a bridge not just between the sacred and the secular, but between the past and the present. The journey of Mary through art, from antiquity to the modern era, is not merely a historical account. It is an emotional odyssey that continues to resonate, echoing the struggles and triumphs of every individual who dares to seek understanding in a world fraught with complexities. As long as there are stories to tell and hearts willing to feel, Mary Magdalene will remain a powerful figure, a symbol woven into the very fabric of our collective consciousness. In a dimly lit room, a woman stands before an ancient painting, her fingers tracing the contours of Mary Magdalene's face. The brush strokes breathe life into a figure long shrouded in shadows and misconceptions. This moment captures the spirit of a movement that has ignited passions, revived spirits, and invited countless souls to reconsider the narrative spun around one of history's most enigmatic women. Mary Magdalene, depicted as a sinner in countless texts, has been painted over with layers of misunderstanding. Yet, as the woman gazes at the artwork, an electric charge fills the air. The stories whisper of a figure who was not merely a penitent but a powerful presence in her own right, an apostle, a leader, a beloved companion. The Church's traditional image of her as a fallen woman does not hold when confronted with the weight of historical evidence and the growing voices of those who dare to reclaim her legacy. In ancient texts, Mary emerges as a devoted follower of Jesus, a witness to his crucifixion, and the first to see him resurrected. Such pivotal moments are often overlooked, overshadowed by the men who carried the torch of early Christianity. Yet, she stands resilient, a woman whose faith and bravery challenge the patriarchal structure built around her story. The whispers of history beckon the curious, drawing them closer to the fierce and faithful heart of this extraordinary figure. With each passing decade, scholars, activists, and artists have ignited a fire, bringing to light Mary's contributions and her undeniable strength. The feminist reclamation of Mary Magdalene has become more than an academic pursuit. It is a rallying cry for women everywhere. It speaks to the silent anger that has simmered for centuries, urging women to rise, to find their voices, and to redefine their narratives. As the woman in the painting steps back to admire the artwork, she feels the weight of generations pressing against her. This reclamation is about more than just Mary. It is about every woman who has been silenced, misrepresented, or forgotten. It is about standing tall in a world that has often tried to diminish the feminine spirit. The shadows of the past feel less daunting when the truth is illuminated by the strength of contemporary voices. In the early 2000s, the publication of the Gospel of Mary, a text long buried in the sands of time, sent shockwaves through the religious community and beyond. This ancient manuscript paints Mary as a visionary, a teacher who possessed wisdom that rivaled that of her male counterparts. It reveals a woman who challenged the very foundations of authority, urging her fellow disciples to look beyond the confines of established teachings. The revelation stirred a tempest of emotions, igniting a thirst for deeper understanding and acceptance. Many scholars began to argue that Mary was not a mere follower but an apostle in her own right. Her relationship with Jesus was redefined, bringing forth the possibility that she held a unique position within the early Christian movement. The painting the woman studied became a symbol of this awakening, a reminder that the narrative of Mary Magdalene was not finished but rather unfolding like a flower in bloom. Hope surged in the hearts of those who rallied around her story, a symbol of resilience and strength in a world often hostile to both. In cafes and community centers, women share stories of their own struggles, drawing parallels to Mary's journey. They speak of finding power in their vulnerability, of redefining their lives on their own terms. Each story adds a layer to the tapestry of reclamation, weaving together the threads of personal history and collective healing. As the woman leaves the art gallery, the echo of their voices lingers in the air, a testament to the transformative power of reclaiming one's narrative. Yet, the fight for Mary's recognition is not without its challenges. Critics still cling to the traditional views that have relegated her to the shadows, perpetuating a cycle of misunderstanding and misrepresentation. The tension is palpable as the woman walks through bustling streets, feeling the weight of history on her shoulders. It is a reminder that the path to reclamation is fraught with obstacles, but each step forward is paved with determination and courage. In the quiet corners of libraries and the vibrant discussions in classrooms, Mary Magdalene's presence is felt more than ever. The feminist movement takes her name as a beacon of hope, a reminder that the power of women's stories can change the world around them. The discussions around her life spark fierce debates, igniting a passionate desire for truth and justice. This movement is a fire that cannot be extinguished, fueled by the relentless spirit of those who believe in the power of reclamation. As night falls, the woman reflects on Mary's legacy, feeling the heartbeat of a movement that transcends time. She understands that Mary is not merely a figure from the past but a voice for the present and future. The stories of women finding strength in Mary's journey intertwine with the eternal quest for equality and respect. The emotional gravity of this reclamation pulls at the very fabric of society, urging everyone to reconsider the narratives they accept as truth. In the distance, a candle flickers, a symbol of hope and resilience. The woman knows that as long as there are hearts willing to fight for the truth, Mary Magdalene's story will continue to rise from the ashes of misunderstanding. The path ahead is uncertain, but the determination to reclaim her legacy propels them forward. Each step draws them closer to a world where the voices of women are celebrated, where every Magdalene can shine in her own light, illuminating the path for others to follow. With a sense of urgency, the woman hurries toward a gathering where voices rise in harmony, speaking Mary's name with reverence and passion. The energy is electric, a gathering of souls who believe in the power of stories to shape the future. In this moment, the reclamation of Mary Magdalene transforms into a collective awakening, a movement that resonates deeply, echoing through time and space, inviting all to join in the rhythm of change that is unstoppable. In the shadowy corners of history, where whispers echo and truths twist like shadows in candlelight, Mary Magdalene stands as an enigmatic figure, her presence felt long after the sands of time have buried countless stories. The air thickens with anticipation as the tale unfolds, a story woven through centuries, where she is both revered and reviled, a symbol of redemption and mystery. In Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, Mary Magdalene emerges from the layers of purgatory, her grace illuminating the darkness that surrounds the lost soul's yearning for salvation. Dante paints her not merely as a sinner redeemed, but as the embodiment of divine love and mercy. Through his verses, the reader feels the weight of her burden. Her tears, like jewels, glisten with the raw pain of remorse yet shimmer with the hope of forgiveness. She is a figure caught in the eternal dance between sin and grace, her heart aching for the redemption that is just within reach. Yet, as one turns the pages of history, the perception of Mary shifts. The Middle Ages, with its fervent need for control, cast her as a fallen woman, a notion that would seep into the fabric of societal morals. The figure of Mary Magdalene became a battleground for conflicting ideologies. In the shadows of cathedrals and the flickering light of torches, priests and scholars debated her identity, transforming her from a devoted follower of Christ into a mere archetype of sin. The tension thickens as her story fractures, each interpretation a dagger that pierces her legacy. Fast forward to the gilded pages of the Renaissance, where art flourishes and the human spirit awakens. In paintings by great masters, Mary is depicted with an intimacy that invites the observer to ponder her story. The brush strokes of Caravaggio reveal her as she is, vulnerable yet resilient, a woman of depth and complexity. She gazes out from the canvas, her eyes speaking volumes, inviting questions that linger long after the viewer has turned away. What happened in those moments of silent reflection? What thoughts raced through her mind as she washed the feet of Christ? The excitement in the air crackles as the narrative leaps to modernity, landing in a world where imagination runs wild, and history is often blurred with fiction. Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code throws Mary Magdalene into the spotlight, casting her as the ultimate secret keeper. The words leap off the page, igniting imaginations and stirring conversations. Could she be the true Holy Grail, the sacred vessel of Christ's bloodline? The idea sends shivers down spines, provoking a mix of disbelief and wonder. In this new light, she transforms from mere legend to a revolutionary figure, challenging centuries of doctrine and sparking a thirst for truth that resonates with readers across the globe. With each retelling, Mary Magdalene becomes a mirror reflecting the concerns and desires of the times. The whispers of the past merge with contemporary questions of identity, gender, and faith. The tension grows as scholars and believers grapple with her significance. Was she a leader, a lover, or a misunderstood saint? The debate rages on, her figure straddling the line between veneration and vilification, leaving in its wake a trail of emotions: fear, anger, reverence, and awe. As the final pages of Brown's explosive novel turn, the narrative continues, the implications of Mary's legacy echoing into the present day. The world is alive with curiosity, as new interpretations and theories emerge, fueled by the relentless quest for knowledge. Documentaries, books, and lectures sprout like wildflowers, each seeking to unravel the threads of her story, each new voice adding to the chorus of speculation and reverence. Even now, in quiet libraries and bustling cafes, discussions about Mary Magdalene ignite passions. Arguments flare, friendships spark, and every conversation is tinged with the electric charge of possibility. Is she a symbol of female empowerment? A beacon of hope for the marginalized? The heart of these discussions beats with the pulse of humanity's quest for understanding, a quest that has spanned centuries yet feels as fresh as the morning dew. Amid the clamor, there lies a poignant stillness. The image of Mary Magdalene lingers in the hearts of many, transcending dogma and doctrine, whispering truths that resonate in the quiet corners of the soul. She stands not as a mere figure cloaked in myth, but as a testament to the complexities of the human experience. As the sun sets and the shadows stretch long, the stories of Mary continue to unfurl like the delicate petals of a flower, revealing layers upon layers of emotion and history. Each writer, artist, and thinker has added their brushstroke to her legacy, creating a tapestry rich with color and texture, inviting all to ponder her significance. The thrill of her narrative does not fade into the background, but instead pulses at the forefront of cultural discourse, igniting flames of passion and inquiry. Mary Magdalene's story is not merely a relic of the past. It is a living, breathing entity, ever evolving, forever captivating. And as the battles for her narrative continue, the essence of her being remains, a force that challenges, inspires, and transforms. With every mention of her name, with every whispered legend, the anticipation builds, leaving the air thick with possibility. The threads of her story weave seamlessly into the fabric of the present, setting the stage for the next chapter, a chapter that is yet unwritten, waiting to explode with the vibrant colors of truth, myth, and the ever-elusive quest for understanding. The moon hung high over the ancient ruins of Magdala, casting an ethereal glow on the crumbling stones that had once witnessed the whispered prayers and heartaches of countless souls. A cool breeze rustled through the olive trees, carrying with it a faint echo of the past, a time when Mary Magdalene walked the earth, a figure shrouded in mystery and controversy. Who was she? Was she the faithful follower of Jesus, the bearer of profound truths, or something more? With every step through the dusty paths of history, shadows danced around her, and the air thickened with the weight of untold stories. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the serenity of the landscape belied the tumultuous life Mary likely led. Born in a fishing town along the shores of the Sea of Galilee, her name was whispered among the faithful and feared by the powerful. The Gospels painted a picture of a woman transformed, a once-possessed figure who found her place at the feet of Christ. But what lay beyond these words? What was the truth of her existence, hidden beneath layers of myth and dogma? Historians often consider Magdala a place of significance, not only for its association with Mary but for its bustling market and vibrant culture. Archaeological digs have unearthed synagogues and artifacts that hint at a thriving community in the 1st century. It was here, amid the clamor of merchants and the laughter of children, that Mary first learned of love and loss, faith and betrayal. The air of Magdala was heavy with the scent of spices and the sounds of life, a stark contrast to the lonely figure that many later portray her as. In the heat of the afternoon, scholars gathered to sift through the sands of time, their hearts beating with anticipation. Old texts were pored over, revealing fragmentary accounts of Mary's life. The Gospel of John spoke of her as the first to witness the risen Christ, an undeniable honor that has sparked debates for centuries. Was she simply a follower, or was her role far more significant? How could someone so pivotal fade into obscurity as history took its course? The questions hung like a heavy fog, each answer leading to more inquiries, as elusive as Mary herself. And then there was the question of her past. Many have labeled her a sinner, a harlot, casting shadows on her character without understanding her story. But what if the truth is far more complex? What if she was not defined by her sins but by her strength, her resilience in the face of judgment? The whispers of those who sought to diminish her voice echoed through the ages, but they also gave rise to fervent defenders who sought to reclaim her legacy. With every passing moment, the tension in the air thickened. Theories swirled like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. Some spoke of her as a leader among the early Christians, others as a symbol of feminine power and spirituality. Each viewpoint opened up new avenues of thought and debate. The real Mary Magdalene became an enigma, a riddle wrapped in the veils of time and tradition. Outside the church walls, the streets of Jerusalem bustled with activity. Merchants hawked their wares, children played, and families gathered, all while the stories of Mary circulated through the crowds. In a corner cafe, an old man shared tales passed down through generations, his voice shaking with emotion as he described the woman who, though often ignored, held the secrets of the divine. His eyes sparkled with wisdom as he recounted stories of her courage, her unwavering faith, and the love that Jesus bestowed upon her. It was not just a story of a woman. It was a story of humanity, of hope, and of redemption. As the sun set on that fateful day, a sense of urgency pulsed through the air. The search for Mary Magdalene was not just an academic endeavor. It was a quest for understanding, a longing to rectify the historical wrongs that had overshadowed her life. The specter of her legacy loomed large, demanding to be acknowledged, to be celebrated, rather than vilified. In the quiet corners of libraries and dimly lit rooms, scholars continued their work. They pieced together fragments of scripture, historical accounts, and cultural insights, all striving to paint a fuller picture of the woman who stood at the crossroads of faith and femininity. The air was electric with the thrill of discovery, a feverish pursuit of knowledge that seemed to spark with each new revelation. Yet, with every breakthrough came the haunting realization of how long the shadows had obscured the truth. The night deepened, and the stars twinkled with secrets of their own. As if answering the call, whispers of the past began to rise, intertwining with the present. Could it be that Mary Magdalene was not merely a figure of the past but a symbol for the future? Her story ignited a flame of passion, a reminder that the quest for understanding and acceptance knows no bounds. In the heart of every believer, in the minds of those who sought the truth, Mary's spirit lingered. She was a testament to resilience, a shining beacon for all who had been marginalized. The quest to uncover her true essence echoed through history, a serenade of voices rising in unison, demanding justice for a woman who deserved to be remembered. And just as the night seemed to settle into silence, a flicker of light emerged on the horizon, hinting at the dawn of a new understanding. The search for Mary Magdalene was far from over. It was merely transforming, shifting like the undulating waves of the sea she once knew. With renewed energy, the voices pressed on, seeking to bring her back from the shadows, illuminating the path ahead for generations to come. The moon hung overhead, a silent witness to the unfolding narrative, ready to usher in the next chapter of a story that refused to be forgotten. In a quiet corner of ancient Judea, beneath the deep blue sky, Mary Magdalene stood by the shores of Galilee, her heart racing with the pulse of a world teetering on the edge of change. The sun cast a golden glow on the water, and the whispers of the wind seemed to echo her name. She was no ordinary woman. She was a force of nature, a soul intricately woven into the fabric of history, and yet shrouded in mystery. Mary's presence commanded attention, not just for her beauty, but for the fierce spirit that burned within her, a spirit that would ignite the hearts of many and challenge the very foundations of a society that sought to silence her. In the bustling towns, the murmurs of her name traveled like wildfire. Some called her a sinner, others a saint. She was a companion to Jesus, a witness to miracles, and a beacon of hope in a time when women's voices were often drowned out. Yet, beyond the labels, there lay a profound connection to the divine feminine, a concept that resonated through her very essence. Mary was more than a follower. She represented the sacred aspects of femininity: intuition, compassion, and the unyielding power to nurture change. As she walked through the crowded streets of Jerusalem, her heart ached with the burden of her identity. She saw the faces of women who had been cast aside, their stories forgotten, their voices silenced. In their eyes, she recognized a longing for recognition, for a space where their worth was not defined by the men around them. Mary felt a surge of purpose. She was determined to be the voice for those who had none. With each step she took, she felt the weight of history pressing against her, urging her to rise against the tide of oppression. It was in the shadow of the temple that the tension boiled over. A group of men gathered, their faces set in stone, hardened by the authority they wielded. They spoke of laws and traditions, of sin and virtue, but Mary stood at the edge, defying the expectation to cower. Her spirit was a tempest, her heart a drum echoing the cries of the marginalized. "What of love?" she called out, her voice ringing clear. "What of compassion?" The men paused, confusion flickering across their faces as they grappled with her challenge. In that moment, Mary embodied the divine feminine, a force that invites healing and connection rather than division. The energy crackled around her, urging the crowd to reconsider their views, to see the sacredness in every woman. But the men, steeped in their authority, pushed back, attempting to silence her with scorn. They could not see what she carried, a power that transcended their understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange hue across the sky, Mary retreated to the quiet embrace of the olive grove. Here, surrounded by ancient trees that had witnessed centuries of stories, she breathed in the cool night air. The stars blinked above, and she felt an overwhelming connection to something greater than herself, a divine presence that whispered of love, unity, and strength. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the stillness, knowing that she was a guardian of a sacred truth. In her solitude, visions danced in her mind. She saw women gathering in secret, sharing wisdom and stories. She envisioned a world where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with men, recognized not just for their roles as mothers and wives, but as leaders, healers, and warriors. With each heartbeat, she felt the urgency of that vision, a call to awaken the divine feminine not just within herself, but in every heart that sought to rise. Days turned into weeks, and the shadows of betrayal darkened around Mary. In the flickering candlelight of her small dwelling, she received news that sent shockwaves through her soul. Jesus had been arrested. The man who had seen her not as a sinner but as a beloved disciple was in chains, awaiting his fate. Her heart shattered at the thought of losing him, yet in that fracture, a fierce resolve began to take shape. The night of the crucifixion was a storm of chaos and sorrow. Mary stood at the foot of the cross, her heart heavy with grief. The world around her seemed to crumble, yet within her, the flicker of the divine feminine blazed brighter than ever. She felt the weight of the world resting on her shoulders, the pain of every woman who had been wronged, every voice that had been silenced. In that moment, she was not just a follower. She became a symbol of resilience. When the storm passed and the sky cleared, Mary realized her journey was far from over. She rushed to the tomb, her heart racing with hope and fear. What awaited her was a miracle that would echo through time. The stone was rolled away, and there, standing before her, was the risen Jesus. "Do not be afraid," he said, his voice a soothing balm. In that moment, he entrusted her with a sacred mission: to spread the news of resurrection, to be the first witness of an incredible truth. As she ran to share the news, Mary felt the weight of generations upon her. She was a vessel of hope, a bridge between the past and a future that would honor the divine feminine. Her voice soared, ringing out like a bell through the streets, a call for justice, healing, and love. She was no longer just Mary Magdalene. She was a force of nature, a symbol of the eternal feminine spirit that refused to be silenced. With each step she took, the world shifted. Women who had long been hidden in the shadows began to emerge, emboldened by her courage. Together, they lifted their voices, a chorus of strength and resilience that would not be ignored. The divine feminine danced through the air, weaving an unbreakable bond among them, a sisterhood that would carry the torch of change. The legacy of Mary Magdalene was more than a story. It was a revolution. In the echo of her footsteps, the world began to feel different. The whispers of women's voices grew louder, their stories reclaiming the space that had once been denied to them. And as the sun rose each day, it illuminated the path before them, revealing the beauty of a new dawn. A dawn where the divine feminine would be celebrated, where love and compassion would reign supreme. And so, the cycle continued, the dance of spirit and flesh weaving through time, echoing through the hearts of those who dared to remember. Mary Magdalene's name became not just a whisper in the wind, but a battle cry for generations to come, a reminder that the power of the divine feminine is woven into the very fabric of existence, waiting for those bold enough to embrace it, to rise alongside it, and to let it shine. She stood at the edge of the crowd, a silhouette against the glowing sunset, her heart racing with a blend of hope and fear. The whispers of the past seemed to wrap around her like a cloak, heavy with the weight of history. Today was not just another day. It was a moment of reckoning for every woman who had ever felt dismissed, shamed, or silenced. With every step, she carried the legacy of Mary Magdalene, a name that echoed through centuries, often misunderstood and misrepresented. In a world that often reduced women to mere shadows, Mary Magdalene emerged as a powerful figure, a testament to resilience and strength. She was profoundly human, a woman who faced her demons and emerged with a spirit unbroken. As the crowd swayed, her heart beat in rhythm with theirs, each pulse a reminder of the struggle they shared. She felt the electric hum of anticipation in the air. This was not just about history. It was about reclaiming a narrative that had been twisted and turned until it bore little resemblance to its original form. Mary's story began in the dusty streets of first-century Judea, where she was often labeled as a sinner, a fallen woman. Yet, beneath those labels lay a profound truth. Mary was a leader, a witness to the most pivotal moments of her time. She was the first to see the risen Christ, a moment that transformed her into a symbol of hope and redemption. Instead of being celebrated, She was cast aside, her true essence buried beneath layers of patriarchal interpretation. Fast forward to today, where her essence pulsated within the veins of countless women who stood up, spoke out, and fought for their rightful place in society. Each woman found a piece of herself in Mary. Her courage, her complexity, her unwavering spirit. They marched in protest, their voices rising like a chorus, reclaiming their stories and demanding acknowledgement. The air was thick with emotion, each shout echoing with the strength of those who came before them. In the midst of this vibrant tapestry of voices, a young woman named Sarah felt the stirrings of her own spirit awakening. She had always felt out of place, her experiences often brushed aside or minimized. But standing there, surrounded by those who dared to challenge the status quo, she could feel the chains of silence shattering. The modern-day Mary Magdalene was alive in her, igniting a fire that had long been smoldering beneath the surface. Sarah recalled the words of a wise elder who once said, "Mary was not just a follower, she was a leader in her own right." This truth struck her like a lightning bolt. Why had she never seen that before? Why had the world chosen to focus only on her sins rather than her strengths? That question hung in the air, heavy with emotion, as Sarah's heart raced with the realization that she, too, could lead. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the crowd, an artist named Lily captured the moment on her canvas, each stroke of her brush a tribute to Mary's legacy. She poured her emotions into the painting, channeling centuries of pain and triumph into a single, vibrant portrayal of a woman rising from the ashes of misunderstanding. As the colors swirled together, they told a story of liberation, of women stepping into their power, refusing to be defined by others' perceptions. The crowd surged forward, their energy electrifying. With each chant, Sarah felt the connection to Mary grow stronger. They were not merely honoring her memory. They were embodying her spirit, breathing life into a narrative that desperately needed telling. The tears in Sarah's eyes reflected a mixture of sorrow and elation. Sorrow for the struggles of the past, and elation for the strength that lay ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the gathering, she closed her eyes and envisioned Mary standing beside her. "You are not alone," she whispered to herself, feeling Mary's presence wrap around her like a warm embrace. It was a promise that transcended time, a reminder that every woman has a story worth telling, a voice worth hearing. In that moment, the distinctions between past and present began to blur. History was not a series of dates and events. It was a living, breathing force that shaped their lives today. The echo of Mary's footsteps resonated through the ages, connecting each woman who stood in solidarity. They were warriors, each fighting their own battles, yet united in a common cause. As the night deepened, the crowd began to sing, a haunting melody that filled the air, weaving together their hopes and dreams. It was a song of liberation, a song that called for recognition and respect. Sarah sang with her heart wide open, each note vibrating with the memory of Mary, who had once walked a path of her own struggles and triumphs. The energy was palpable, and as they sang, Sarah felt the spirit of Mary surging within her. The world around them faded, and for a moment, it was just the sound of their voices, powerful and unyielding. This was more than a tribute. It was a transformation. They were rewriting history, piece by piece, reclaiming the narrative that had long been denied. With every word sung, they invoked the name of Mary Magdalene, each utterance a testament to her resilience. Their voices rose higher, intertwining with the night sky, a celestial chorus that stretched beyond the horizon. They were not just celebrating a figure from the past. They were embracing her legacy, a legacy that belonged to every woman who dared to rise above the limitations set upon her. In that electric moment, the line between past and present shattered. Mary was not just a figure of history. She was a living force, pulsing through the hearts of those present. The stories of women who had come before were woven into the fabric of their being, and in that unity, they found strength. The night felt alive with possibility, each heartbeat echoing with the promise of change. As the final notes faded into the night, the crowd stood in a reverent silence, each person feeling the gravity of what had just transpired. It was a moment of connection, a reminder that they were part of something greater, a lineage of women who had fought, cried, and triumphed against the odds. And as they looked at one another, there was an unspoken understanding. Mary Magdalene would always be with them, guiding and empowering, a beacon for generations to come. As the camera pans across a dusty street bustling with life, it captures a woman standing alone against the backdrop of a vibrant marketplace. Her presence is magnetic, drawing attention not just for her beauty, but for the aura of strength and mystery surrounding her. This is Mary Magdalene, a figure steeped in history yet often cloaked in misunderstanding. In this scene, she is not merely a character from ancient texts but a symbol of resilience and redemption, making her a captivating subject in film and television. Mary Magdalene's portrayal in popular culture has undergone a remarkable transformation over the years. Once depicted solely as a reformed sinner, she has emerged as a multifaceted character, embodying themes of empowerment, love, and spiritual awakening. The cinematic lens has spotlighted her journey, showcasing not just her relationship with Jesus, but her own quest for identity and purpose. Take the 2006 film The Da Vinci Code, for instance. Here, Mary is not just a supporting character. She is central to a thrilling narrative that challenges established beliefs. As the audience is drawn into a maze of secrets and conspiracies, Mary transforms from a figure of ancient history into a modern-day heroine. Her legacy as the supposed vessel of Christ's bloodline adds layers of intrigue and raises questions about the role of women in religious history. The tension builds like a taut string, ready to snap with each revelation, and viewers find themselves on the edge of their seats, eager to uncover the truth behind the myth. In stark contrast, the 2018 film Mary Magdalene, starring Rooney Mara, paints an intimate portrait of her life. This film strips away the sensationalism and focuses on Mary's emotional journey. It invites the viewer to witness her struggles, her doubts, and ultimately her unwavering faith. The quiet moments of reflection are palpable, allowing the audience to breathe in the essence of her character. Each scene resonates with raw emotion, particularly when Mary grapples with her role among the disciples. The cinematography captures the harsh beauty of the landscape, mirroring her inner turmoil. As she walks among men who initially dismiss her, the weight of her struggles hangs in the air, creating an emotional landscape that is both heartbreaking and inspiring. Television has also embraced Mary Magdalene's compelling story. The series The Bible, which aired in 2013, brings her to life in a vivid retelling of well-known biblical tales. The show emphasizes her loyalty and courage, framing her as a key figure in the narrative of Jesus' life and resurrection. In one climactic scene, she stands at the foot of the cross, her face a canvas of sorrow and defiance. Her tears fall like rain, each drop carrying the weight of her love and loss. It's a moment that resonates, echoing through the ages and reminding the audience of the sacrifices made in the name of love. Then there is The Chosen, a groundbreaking series that humanizes biblical figures, including Mary. It delves deep into her backstory, giving her substance beyond her past. Viewers are introduced to the Mary before her transformation, a woman plagued by demons, both literal and metaphorical. As she encounters Jesus, the moment is electric, filled with desperation and hope. The audience feels her pain, her longing for acceptance, and the profound change that faith brings. The narrative unfolds like a delicate tapestry, weaving together threads of despair and hope, each episode leaving viewers eager to see what happens next. The emotional weight of Mary Magdalene's story is not lost on contemporary audiences. In an era where conversations about women's empowerment and spiritual exploration are more relevant than ever, her narrative offers a rich ground for exploration. Each film and television show serves as a reflection of society's evolving understanding of faith and femininity. The intensity of her journey resonates with many, sparking discussions about the often overlooked role women play in religious history. Mary's story continues to gain traction in artistic expressions beyond traditional narratives. Musicals, documentaries, and art installations depict her as a figure of strength, lending her a voice in spaces where she was once silenced. In one such production, the stage erupts with color and sound, and Mary stands at the center, her voice rising in a powerful anthem of liberation. The audience watches, captivated, as she transforms from a mere figure of the past into a symbol of empowerment for all who have ever felt marginalized or misunderstood. As each portrayal unfolds, it becomes clear that Mary Magdalene is more than a character. She is a mirror reflecting society's own struggles with faith, identity, and redemption. The tension in her story runs deep, drawing in viewers who are not only curious about her life but also about their own beliefs. Each adaptation invites questions about how history has shaped our understanding of women and spirituality. In a society craving connection and understanding, Mary's tale resonates. Her journey invites audiences to reconsider their perceptions and engage in discussions about faith and femininity that are all too often overlooked. The emotional stakes are high, and as the screen fades to black, viewers are left pondering the implications of her story. The legacy of Mary Magdalene in popular culture remains a dynamic and evolving narrative. Her character has the power to inspire, to provoke thought, and to challenge the status quo. Each film and television portrayal adds another layer to her story, keeping her spirit alive in the hearts and minds of those who encounter her. With every retelling, Mary Magdalene steps out of the shadows of history and into the light of modern interpretation, her essence alive in the dialogues that follow. In a dimly lit chamber, the scent of frankincense mingled with the whispers of ancient prayers, wrapping around the flickering candlelight like a warm embrace. A figure, draped in flowing robes, knelt before an altar adorned with small stones and vibrant flowers, offerings carried from the nearby hills. It was here that the spirit of Mary Magdalene resided, a presence that stirred the air with a potent blend of compassion, strength, and wisdom. Those who sought her guidance often felt an overwhelming pull, a calling that led them to practices that transcended time and space. Mary, often depicted as a figure of deep mystery, left behind more than just stories in the scriptures. Her life was a tapestry of devotion and transformation, woven with strands of love, healing, and resurrection. Her presence in the Gospels signals an invitation to look beyond the surface, to seek the sacred in everyday life. And so, those who honor her legacy often engage in spiritual practices that echo her essence, creating a bridge between past and present. The practice of contemplative prayer, a reflection of Mary's own silent moments, invites practitioners to pause, breathe, and listen. In this stillness, each heartbeat becomes a prayer, each breath a reminder of the sacredness of life. Those who embrace this practice find themselves immersed in a profound dialogue with the divine, where words dissolve and the soul speaks in whispers. In these moments, the weight of the world seems to lift, replaced by a shimmering sense of peace that resonates deep within. Mary's journey was marked by profound moments of healing, both of herself and others. Inspired by her, many turned to the art of anointing. With gentle hands, they mix oils infused with herbs, crafting blends that evoke nature's bounty. The ritual of anointing becomes a sacred act, a way to honor the body as a temple. Each drop is a healing touch, a way to acknowledge the struggles and triumphs that dwell within. The soothing scents of lavender and myrrh mingle in the air, creating an atmosphere where wounds begin to heal, and brokenness transforms into wholeness. The story of Mary Magdalene is also a story of unwavering loyalty and love. She stood witness to the crucifixion, her heart heavy yet resolute. In this spirit, many find solace in the practice of creating sacred spaces, where love and connection thrive. Whether it's a corner of a room adorned with meaningful objects or a garden filled with flowers, these spaces serve as a refuge for the soul. They become places of connection, where individuals can commune with the divine and reflect on their own journeys of love and sacrifice. In the chill of night, groups gather in circles beneath the stars, their hearts beating in unison as they chant prayers echoing Mary's own cries of longing and devotion. The power of sound, of voices raised in harmony, creates a resonance that vibrates through the air, touching each participant deep within. In these moments, the past collides with the present, and the spirit of Mary walks among them, urging them to share their stories, their struggles, and their triumphs. The act of storytelling, a tradition as old as time, becomes a vessel for healing. In the gentle sharing of personal narratives, participants find threads of connection to Mary's life. Each story, laced with emotion, becomes a testament to resilience, a reminder that even in moments of despair, there is light. As they listen to one another, they are reminded of their shared humanity, and the bonds of love become stronger, weaving an unbreakable tapestry of community. In the stillness of dawn, some rise before the sun, seeking the sacred silence of early morning. It is here, in the quiet, that Mary's teachings on forgiveness resonate most vividly. With each breath, they release the burdens of resentment and anger, allowing the soft light of dawn to fill their hearts. They visualize the weight of hurt slipping away like petals carried on the breeze, replaced by a gentle warmth that comes from letting go. The transformation is palpable, a rebirth of sorts, echoing the resurrection that Mary witnessed. Mary Magdalene is often associated with the sacred feminine, a powerful force that embodies nurturing and strength. To honor this aspect, many engage in creative expressions, painting, dancing, writing, allowing the spirit of Mary to flow through them. With each brushstroke or twirl, they embody the freedom she represents, channeling emotions that long to be expressed. The act of creation becomes a sacred dance, where the divine and the human intertwine, igniting sparks of inspiration that light the way forward. As the sun sets, the flicker of bonfires calls forth a gathering. Stories are shared, songs are sung, and the flames dance in rhythm with the heartbeat of the earth. Rituals of gratitude are performed, echoing Mary's own acts of thankfulness for the miracles of life. Each offering tossed into the fire, a leaf, a stone, a word of thanks, transforms into smoke, rising high into the heavens. It is a moment of communion, a recognition that the love and struggles of the past are interwoven with the present, and that the spirit of Mary guides them still. In the sacred embrace of these practices, the essence of Mary Magdalene unfurls, a tapestry of love, devotion, and resilience. Her spirit permeates each moment, urging seekers to look within, to heal, and to connect with the divine. The echoes of her life ripple through time, inspiring and transforming those who walk in her footsteps. Those who participate in these rituals often find themselves drawn deeper into the mysteries of faith and love, with each step leading towards a greater understanding of themselves and the world around them. As they navigate this landscape of spirituality, they can feel the pulse of history beneath their feet, a reminder that they are not alone. The energy of countless others who have walked this path before them surrounds them, a chorus of souls united in their quest for meaning, healing, and connection. The journey continues, a sacred spiral that weaves together past and present, whispering the timeless truths that Mary Magdalene embodied. In the dim light of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, a figure emerged from the shadows, her silhouette framed against the rising sun. Mary Magdalene, often misunderstood and shrouded in layers of myth, stood at the edge of the world as if holding the weight of both the past and the future. Her presence was magnetic, a blend of strength and vulnerability, drawing those who dared to look closer into the depths of her story. This woman was not merely a follower of Christ. She was a conduit of divine wisdom, a beacon of the sacred feminine. In an era that silenced women's voices, Mary's story sang like a sweet, haunting melody, filled with the notes of love, betrayal, and redemption. Her eyes, filled with ancient knowledge and pain, reflected the struggles of women throughout time. Women who dared to challenge the norms, who loved fiercely, and who sought truth in a world often shadowed by fear. As whispers of her name passed through the dusty streets of Jerusalem, a shiver of recognition rippled through the hearts of those who listened. Mary Magdalene, the woman who washed the feet of Jesus with her tears, who anointed him with precious oil, was the embodiment of devotion, of the sacred feminine that pulses with life and resilience. Her act of worship was not merely a gesture. It was a rebellion against the oppressive silence that sought to bind her spirit. The Gospels painted her in broad strokes, but history, with its aching need for absolutes, often overlooked the nuances of her character. In the shadows of time, she became synonymous with sin, misrepresented and misunderstood. Yet, in the quiet spaces of ancient texts, hints emerged of her true essence. The Gospel of Mary, an early Christian text, hinted at her wisdom, portraying her not just as a follower but as a leader, a teacher in her own right. It suggested that Mary's insights were sought after by the disciples, a striking revelation that challenged the very foundations of patriarchal narratives. With each passing day, the tension surrounding her grew. What did it mean to be a woman in a world ruled by men? Mary's heart pulsed with the rhythm of the sacred feminine, a deep well of intuition, compassion, and strength. She stood at the crossroads of faith and femininity, a living testament to the idea that the divine is not strictly male. Her spirit echoed the ages, reminding all who would listen that the sacred feminine is a powerful force, capable of nurturing and transforming the world. In her moments of solitude, Mary wandered through the fields of Galilee, the wind whispering secrets only she could hear. The wildflowers, vibrant and untamed, seemed to bloom in her presence, as if celebrating the very essence of her being. Was she not a wildflower herself, breaking through the cracks of a hardened society, blooming beautifully against the odds? The earth around her seemed to respond to her energy, a symbiotic relationship that illustrated the connection between woman and nature, spirit and flesh. But as the sun set on her life, darkness loomed. The crucifixion was a cruel twist of fate, a brutal reminder of the fragility of hope. Mary stood at the foot of the cross, her heart breaking, tears carving pathways down her cheeks. In that moment, she embodied every woman who has ever suffered, who has ever lost something precious. Yet, from that abyss of despair would rise a new chapter, one that would echo through the centuries, the resurrection. The moment when Mary encountered the risen Christ was electric, charged with an energy that transcended time. "Do not cling to me," he said, each word a delicate brushstroke against the canvas of her soul. She was called to be the first witness to this miracle, a role of unparalleled significance. In a society that often silenced women, her voice rang out like a clarion call, proclaiming the good news of resurrection. "I have seen the Lord," she declared, her heart swelling with purpose. It was a proclamation that ignited the flames of faith in others, a testimony that shifted the course of history. Yet, as Mary's influence grew, so did the forces that sought to diminish her light. The early church, in its attempt to establish authority, attempted to erase her from the narrative, relegating her to the shadows. Traditions twisted her image into that of a fallen woman, a choice that mirrored the struggles faced by women throughout time, who were often defined by their relationships to men rather than by their own merit. The pages of history turned, and Mary Magdalene became an enigma, a symbol of the sacred feminine, yet wrapped in layers of misunderstanding. Her story was intertwined with the myths of goddesses past, echoing the tales of Isis, Inanna, and others who embodied feminine power and mystery. Like them, Mary represented rebirth and transformation, a guiding light for those seeking their own truths. The air grew thick with emotion as whispers of her legacy floated through time. Artists, poets, and seekers of truth have turned to her image, finding inspiration in her strength. The sacred feminine, embodied in Mary, spoke to the essence of all women, their resilience, their intuition, their capacity to love fiercely and without reservation. Yet, as the echoes of her story continued to resonate, the question loomed: what does it mean for today's women? In a world still grappling with the shadows of inequality, Mary's legacy offers both challenge and hope. She invites all to reclaim their voices, to honor the sacred feminine that resides within each of them, urging them to step into their power and share their truths. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, the spirit of Mary Magdalene lingered in the air, a gentle reminder that her story was far from over. It flowed through the veins of every woman who stood in defiance, who sought love, and who dared to dream. Her essence was a bridge between the ancient and the modern, a thread connecting the past with the future, whispering the promise of transformation for all who would listen. In her presence, the sacred feminine danced and sparkled, weaving through the fabric of time, forever beckoning those who sought to understand the depths of their own souls. In the flickering candlelight of a humble room, whispers danced along the walls, mingling with the scent of olive oil and spices. Shadows shifted, revealing a figure poised with strength and grace. Mary Magdalene stood at the center, her spirit unbroken despite the weight of her past. She was not merely a woman from a distant time. She was a vessel of resilience, a beacon of empowerment in a world that sought to silence her. Once shrouded in darkness, Mary had emerged into the light, shaking off the chains of her former self. Cursed with the burdens of societal judgment, she had been labeled a sinner, a mere vessel for shame. Yet, she wore that stigma like armor, transforming the pain of her past into a powerful narrative. Time wove its intricate patterns around her, but Mary remained steadfast, her heart beating with the rhythm of defiance against injustice. In those early days, she found solace in the teachings of a man whose compassion knew no bounds. Jesus of Nazareth, a trailblazer of love and acceptance, saw her not as a sinner but as a sister, a fierce spirit deserving of dignity and respect. Those moments of shared laughter and deep conversation ignited a fire within her, illuminating her path forward. The warmth of his messages filled her soul, igniting a passion for truth and hope that would ripple through time. But the world outside remained unforgiving. The whispers grew louder, echoing accusations of her past, drowning out the truth of her transformation. Yet Mary faced the storm head-on. She became a relentless advocate for those who shared her struggles, lifting others from the depths of despair. Her resolve shone bright, a guiding light for those battling their own demons. With every act of kindness and every word of encouragement, she defied the expectations placed upon her. The days turned into weeks, and the followers of Jesus grew in number. Mary stood among them, shoulder to shoulder with men and women who yearned for change. She was not merely a follower. She was a leader in her own right. The strength that radiated from her was palpable, inspiring others to rise, to speak, to challenge the norm. She embraced her role with a fierce determination that transformed her into an icon for the ages. As the shadows lengthened, danger loomed on the horizon. The storm clouds of persecution gathered, and whispers of betrayal fluttered through the air. Mary's heart raced as she witnessed the tumult around her, the man she admired facing insurmountable odds. Her spirit flickered but did not wane. She stood firm, a pillar of support, refusing to abandon her beliefs. Then came the fateful night, a night when despair seeped into the world like a thick fog. The betrayal was swift, echoing through the silence of the olive groves. Fear gripped the hearts of many, but Mary felt an indomitable strength rising within her. Courage surged through her veins as she ventured into the darkness, unwilling to turn away from the man who had changed her life. The crucifixion was a violent spectacle, an agonizing display of cruelty. Yet, amid the chaos, Mary's heart remained unbroken. She watched with raw emotion as the world around her spiraled into chaos. The agony of loss clawed at her insides, but even in that darkest hour, she felt a flicker of hope. Love had triumphed in ways unseen, and she understood that her journey was far from over. In the aftermath, when the dust settled and the echoes of despair faded into silence, Mary emerged once more, her resolve etched deeper than ever. The tomb where Jesus was laid became the backdrop for her awakening. With trembling hands and a heart full of courage, she approached the stone door, ready to confront the unknown. The sun broke through the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, and as she stepped into that space, everything changed. The angelic presence that met her was a harbinger of hope, a proclamation that death could not extinguish the fire of love. "He is not here, he has risen." The words rang out, reverberating through her very soul. In that moment, Mary knew she was no longer a reflection of her past. She was a powerful messenger of truth. She ran, not just with news of resurrection but with a story of transformation, ready to share the message of empowerment with the world. As she relayed the miraculous news to the disciples, their disbelief weighed heavy in the air, but Mary persisted. She was not merely a witness. She had become the first preacher, the first to proclaim the good news of love's victory over despair. Every word she spoke carried the weight of her journey, the struggles, the triumphs, and the unwavering spirit of a woman who refused to be defined by her past. In the years that followed, Mary's name echoed through the corridors of time, whispered in reverence and respect. She became a symbol of strength for countless generations, a figure who embodied resilience in the face of adversity. Her legacy transcended the limits of history, weaving itself into the fabric of faith and empowerment. She inspired women and men alike to break free from the shackles of societal judgment, to embrace their identities and passions. Her journey illuminated a path for those craving acceptance, urging them to rise up and embrace the power within. Mary Magdalene, once labeled a sinner, had transformed into an icon, a living testament to the strength of the human spirit, to the resilience that blooms in the face of adversity. And so, the echoes of her story resonate on, winding through the ages, an unbroken thread in the tapestry of human experience. With every retelling, Mary's spirit leaps to life anew, her lessons etched forever in the hearts of those who dare to listen. As the story unfolds, new chapters await, beckoning with the promise of hope and transformation. The journey is far from over, and the light of Mary Magdalene continues to shine brightly, illuminating the path for future seekers of truth. In the flickering candlelight of a crowded tavern, whispers wrapped around the air like smoke, filled with hushed voices debating the identity of a woman who had become both a beacon of hope and a symbol of confusion. Mary Magdalene, a name that sent shivers down spines and ignited fierce discussions, lingered on the lips of many, a figure cloaked in mystery, history, and emotion. Who was she really? Was she the devoted follower of Jesus, as the Gospels portray her? Or was she something much more complicated, entwined with ideas of sin and salvation? As tales of her life spilled from the mouths of eager men and women, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Some claimed she was a saint, a devoted companion who witnessed the resurrection, while others painted her as a fallen woman, tangled in the web of sin. The very essence of her being sparked debates that reached beyond the tavern's walls, echoing through the ages. In the shadows of early Christianity, the role of women was often submerged beneath layers of male domination. Mary Magdalene dared to rise above. She was present at the foot of the cross, witnessing agony and love intertwined. How could such a pivotal figure be reduced to mere controversy? As her story unfolded, the debate raged on. Was she to be called Apostle to the Apostles, a title given by early Christian writers who recognized her importance, or was she to remain in the shadows of history, her legacy tainted by the stain of misunderstanding? The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John offered glimpses of her life. In the Gospel of Mark, Mary is described as having been healed of 7 demons, but what did that mean? Was it a literal possession, or could it reflect the struggles of a woman breaking free from societal chains? The debate grew heated. Scholars pored over ancient texts, each trying to piece together the fragments of her story. Some claimed her past marked her as unworthy of recognition, while others saw it as a testament to her resilience. And then came the Gnostic Gospels, including the Gospel of Mary, a text that painted her in a far more enlightened light. Here was a Mary who questioned, who sought deeper understanding, challenging the male disciples. Some found this empowering, while others recoiled at the implications. What did it mean for the established order? The tension thickened, setting the stage for a battle of beliefs that would last for centuries. As voices rose, passion fueled the arguments. In one corner, those who believed in her purity, her unwavering faith, and her role as a teacher. In the other, those who clung to the idea that her past defined her future, a sinner forever marked. The room pulsed with energy, each side refusing to yield. The stakes were high. They weren't just arguing about a woman from the past, but about the narratives that shaped their understanding of faith, redemption, and the very nature of God. Through the ages, art became a canvas for these debates. Paintings depicted her as a repentant sinner, tears cascading down her cheeks, while others showed her as a powerful figure, holding the unbroken thread of truth. Each stroke of the brush ignited further discussions, her face painted in shadows or light, reflecting the tumultuous views of those who created her image. The debates transcended the art and bled into theological discussions, creating an ever-widening chasm of interpretation. The Church itself found itself grappling with Mary's multifaceted identity. In some ecclesiastical circles, she was elevated, celebrated for her unwavering loyalty and revealed insights. In others, she was downplayed or even demonized, the embodiment of the struggle between sin and virtue. The very structure of Christianity seemed to quake under the weight of her presence, as leaders wrestled with how her story fit within the greater narrative of salvation. Even in the modern age, the controversy persisted. Feminist theologians embraced Mary Magdalene, reclaiming her narrative as a symbol of empowerment, while traditionalists fought to keep her in the margins. Books, films, and discussions flooded the cultural landscape, each striving to reinterpret her life and legacy. The tension was palpable, as if the very air crackled with the energy of a long-standing argument, waiting for resolution yet fearing the change it could bring. At the crossroads of faith, history, and gender, Mary remained a lightning rod for conflict. Each new finding, each fresh interpretation brought with it the potential for enlightenment or discontent. The debates surrounding Mary Magdalene represented not just one woman, but the larger struggle of women throughout history. Their voices often suppressed, their stories manipulated, yet their spirits unyielding. In the quiet moments, buried among the noise, a simple truth lingered. Mary Magdalene was a woman who dared to break the silence, who stood at the edge of the unknown with courage. The flickering candlelight in the tavern cast shadows that danced on the walls, echoing the ongoing conflict between those who sought to silence her and those who yearned to elevate her. Each flicker was a reminder that her story was far from over, that the debates would rage on, keeping her spirit alive in the hearts of many. As the tavern door swung open, carrying the cool night air filled with the murmurs of an awakening world, the tension in the room shifted. The discussions about Mary Magdalene would not fade away. They would evolve. With each passing moment, the debate grew more intricate, threading into the fabric of culture, spirituality, and human connection. The flickering lights illuminated a path forward, where her story would intertwine with the past, shaping futures yet unknown. In a quiet home in Nazareth, the air hung heavy with the scent of olive oil and freshly baked bread. A young girl named Mary sat by the window, her heart a whirlwind of thoughts. She was betrothed, a life mapped out for her, yet the cosmos was about to shift under her feet. The moment Gabriel appeared, cloaked in divine light, the world held its breath. "Hail, full of grace," he said, his voice echoing across the ages. It was a greeting that would change everything, igniting a spark of hope in humanity's darkened path. Mary's response, a simple yet profound yes, resonated far beyond the wooden beams of her humble abode. This was not just an agreement. It was a declaration of faith, a pledge of trust in God's mysterious plan. Her acceptance opened the floodgates of salvation history, positioning her as a pivotal figure in the grand tapestry of redemption. As centuries unfurled, theologians, scholars, and the faithful grappled with the implications of her role. Was she merely a vessel, a silent carrier of the Christ child? Or was she something far more significant, a co-worker in the divine mission of salvation? The debates sparked fervor, igniting hearts and minds with the flame of inquiry. The Church Fathers dissected her significance with fervent passion. Saint Irenaeus, in the 2nd century, famously contrasted Mary with Eve, highlighting how one woman's disobedience led to death, while another's obedience brought life into the world. This profound parallel painted Mary not as a passive participant, but as a warrior in the spiritual battle, ushering in a new era of grace. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and the landscape shifted under the weight of immense theological speculation. The mystics, captivated by her purity, spoke of her as the new Eve. They whispered her name in prayer, seeking intercession, believing that her closeness to Christ granted her a unique power to plead on behalf of humanity. The language of the liturgy began to reflect this growing reverence, each invocation echoing the mystery of her role in the sacred narrative. When the Reformation swept through Europe, a seismic shift in thought emerged. Reformers like Martin Luther recognized her significance, though some argued against the excesses of Marian veneration. Yet, even in their critiques, the beauty of her consent remained central. "She is the Mother of God," Luther declared, elevating her status, yet reminding the faithful to focus on Christ. The tension between reverence and reform painted a complex picture, a dance between devotion and doctrine that would span generations. In the modern era, the Second Vatican Council reignited the conversation about Mary. The documents penned during those pivotal sessions reflected a deepening appreciation for her role in salvation history. The term mediatrix emerged, suggesting that she played an active role in the distribution of grace. This wasn't merely a title. It was an acknowledgement of her closeness to Jesus and her enduring connection to the faithful. Throughout history, Mary's image morphed and shifted, adorning the walls of cathedrals and chapels. Her likeness captured in countless paintings. From the gentle Madonna cradling her child to the fierce image of Our Lady of Sorrows, artists infused her story with emotion that reverberated in the hearts of onlookers. Each brushstroke whispered tales of hope, love, and suffering, reminding the faithful that she understood their struggles intimately. In the throes of crisis, Mary became the beacon of solace. During wars, plagues, and personal tragedies, people turned to her, seeking comfort and guidance. The world watched as she transformed from a quiet girl in Nazareth to a global symbol of compassion and strength. Her apparitions, from Lourdes to Fatima, ignited fervent devotion, drawing millions into her embrace, as if she were a mother calling her children home. Theologians pondered the implications of her continuing presence in the church. How did she, a humble girl from a small town, become the universal mother? The answer lay not in her origins, but in her willing heart. Mary was the perfect example of faith in action, a testament to the transformative power of saying yes to God's will. Every prayer uttered in her name, every rosary bead gripped between fingers, carried with it the weight of centuries of devotion. The faithful, when they spoke her name, were not only invoking a historical figure, they were reaching out to a living presence that transcended time and space. Her role in salvation was not confined to the past. It echoed in the present, shaping lives and nurturing souls. And so, as the world continued to spin, Mary's influence pulsated through the veins of the church. The theological debates, the artistic portrayals, the heartfelt prayers, they all converged upon one truth. Mary was not just a footnote in the story of salvation. She was integral to its narrative. Her story was intertwined with the story of humanity, and her heart beat in rhythm with every sigh of hope, every cry for help. In the distance, the echo of a child's laughter rang out, a reminder that life flourished because of her acceptance. The light of the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, as if the heavens themselves were paying homage to the girl who said, yes. The scene was set for the next chapter, where the ripples of her choice would continue to ripple through the ages, beckoning the faithful to reflect on their own journeys of faith and surrender. The story was far from over. It was merely the beginning of an eternal dialogue between heaven and earth, a flurry of grace that would resound through time. Mary Magdalene stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart racing as she caught glimpses of the man who had transformed her life. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the dusty streets of Jerusalem. She was no ordinary woman. She was a beacon of hope and strength in a world that sought to silence her. The whispers around her were sharp, filled with suspicion and disdain. Yet, she held her head high, knowing the truth of her past, a past that intertwined with the divine. Born into a world where women's voices were often drowned out, Mary carved her path with fierce determination. In her early life, she was branded a sinner, a label that clung to her like a shadow. But that label was a mere illusion, a veil hiding her true essence. What the world saw as weakness, she transformed into her greatest strength. When Jesus encountered her, the moment was electric, sparking a flame of redemption in both their lives. The demons that had tormented her were cast out, leaving in their wake a woman reborn. This was not just a story of personal transformation. It was a powerful testament to the strength of the human spirit. Yet, as the dust swirled around her, Mary felt the weight of history pressing down. In Christianity, she emerged as the faithful witness of the resurrection, the first to encounter the risen Christ. Her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and sorrow as she thought of how the early church had revered her as the apostle to the apostles. But that reverence turned to shadows over the centuries. The patriarchal narratives overshadowed her story, twisting her image into that of a fallen woman, a misrepresentation that echoed through time. It was in this distortion that Mary became a vessel for broader themes of feminine power, suffering, and redemption across various faiths. Across the globe, in the tradition of Buddhism, there existed another powerful figure who reflected Mary's strength, the Bodhisattva Canon. With compassion that could pierce through the darkest of nights, Canon personified mercy and kindness. Like Mary, she stood as a symbol of unwavering support for those in need, her hands extended to those who had lost their way. The parallels between them were striking. Both faced societal rejection yet emerged as figures of profound love and acceptance. It was a connection that transcended boundaries, echoing in the hearts of millions who sought solace in the feminine divine. As Mary moved through the throngs of people, she was reminded of the intricate tapestries woven throughout history in various cultures. In Hinduism, the story of Radha and Krishna played out with an intensity that mirrored her own. Radha's love for Krishna was a passionate force that defied societal norms, just as Mary's loyalty to Jesus defied the constraints placed on her by her gender and past. The devotion that Radha embodied resonated with Mary's own steadfastness, echoing the centuries of women who battled against the tides of injustice, finding strength in their love and faith. Then there were the whispers of the ancient goddess figures, like Isis and Inanna, who had long been celebrated for their profound wisdom and strength. Isis, with her fierce devotion to her husband Osiris, mirrored Mary's unwavering loyalty to Jesus. Inanna's journey through the underworld, facing trials and emerging renewed, reflected Mary's own resurrection into a life filled with purpose. These stories intertwined rich threads of feminine resilience and power, urging the world to recognize the divine within women. The sunset painted the sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple, and Mary found herself standing in a moment of quiet reflection. The sacredness of her existence flickered in her mind like a candle in the wind. She longed for recognition, not just for herself but for all women whose stories had been buried beneath the weight of time. Her heart beat in sync with their struggles and triumphs, a rhythm that created a bond across cultures and religions, a unity forged through shared experiences of love, loss, and the quest for recognition. But as Mary gazed into the distance, she felt the tension of her reality. Even as she stood as a figure of hope, there were still forces at play that sought to diminish her legacy. The shadows of misinterpretation crept ever closer, and with them came the fear that the world might forget the truth of her narrative. Religious texts had molded perceptions, often presenting her as a mere footnote in a male-dominated story, a dangerous lapse that echoed throughout the centuries. Yet, in the face of adversity, Mary held onto the threads of her story. She was aware that her existence was not just about her personal journey but about the collective struggle of women. As the world turned its gaze toward the divine feminine, Mary's image began to shift slowly, transforming from a figure of shame into one of empowerment. Artists, writers, and spiritual leaders began to reclaim her story, breathing new life into her narrative. As night fell, the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, a reflection of the myriad of women who had taken up the mantle of Mary's legacy. Each star represented a voice, a story waiting to be told, echoing through the ages and shining brightly against the darkness of oppression. Mary felt a surge of hope igniting within her. The threads of her life intertwined not just with Jesus, but with countless others who had faced adversity and emerged stronger. As the dawn approached, so too did the promise of a renewed understanding of Mary Magdalene. The world was slowly waking to the significance of her story, a story that transcended time and religion, resonating with anyone who had ever felt marginalized or silenced. Her heart raced with anticipation, for she knew the narrative was evolving. The surge of emotions ran through her, a current that connected her to every woman, every believer who sought a place in the tapestry of faith. The morning sun began to rise, illuminating the path ahead, and Mary stepped forward, ready to embrace the unfolding narrative. Her spirit soared, entwined with the essence of countless women who had come before her, and those yet to be born. The truth of her existence was rising, breaking free from the chains that had bound it for too long. She was not just a figure of the past. She was a symbol of resilience that would echo in religious teachings, inspiring new generations to embrace the feminine divine. As she walked into the light, the stories of strength, love, and redemption began to weave together, creating a rich tapestry that was forever expanding, an eternal journey that would never cease. The legacy of Mary Magdalene would persist, transforming with each telling, a shimmering thread in the fabric of comparative religion that bound humanity together, illuminating the way for all those who dared to believe in the power of love and acceptance. Mary Magdalene stood beneath a sprawling olive tree, a gentle breeze whispering through the leaves, carrying the scent of wildflowers and a hint of something divine. Her heart raced, not just from the beauty surrounding her, but from the weight of the visions that had invaded her soul like fire igniting kindling. For years, she had been a witness to miraculous wonders, but today felt different. Today, the air crackled with a holy electricity that made her skin prickle. Shadows danced at the edges of her sight, and she could feel the very fabric of the universe shifting, drawing her into a deeper understanding of her purpose. The world around her faded, and she found herself in a trance-like state. Images flooded her mind, flashes of light, voices calling her name, and the face of Jesus, radiant and filled with love, appearing again and again. In these moments, she was not just a follower but a vessel, a conduit through which divine wisdom flowed. The whispers were unmistakable, urging her to carry forth the teachings of love, compassion, and redemption, to share the profound truths bestowed upon her. Still, doubt gnawed at her. "Why me?" she wondered, staring up at the endless sky. "I am merely a woman, a sinner in the eyes of many." Yet, each time this thought surfaced, it was met with a surge of clarity. She remembered the times she had danced with shadows, the moments when her own darkness had nearly swallowed her whole. It was from that very darkness that the light now beckoned, a clarion call to rise above her past, to embrace the revelations that awaited. As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden hue over the hills, Mary closed her eyes and surrendered to the visions. Her mind's eye opened to landscapes far removed from the dusty roads of Judea. She saw a vast expanse of white, an ethereal realm where souls intertwined in a dance of light. In this place, she witnessed figures bathed in a warm glow, their faces serene and knowing. They spoke without words, sharing secrets of the universe that transcended earthly understanding. It was a language of love, a melody that resonated deep within her heart. Suddenly, she was transported back to a moment she had experienced before, the resurrection. The tomb was still, the stone rolled away, and the air thick with disbelief. She recalled the overwhelming joy when she recognized the familiar figure, the man who had changed her life forever. "Mary," he had said, his voice soft yet powerful, pulling her from despair into hope. "You are chosen to tell the world." That moment reverberated within her, its echo still fresh, empowering her to rise above societal constraints. But visions are fickle, and Mary felt the pull of darkness just as strongly as the light. In her solitude, tormenting images crept in, specters of judgment, of being cast aside as a mere afterthought in the tales of the great apostles. The struggle within her became a battle of epic proportions, as she wrestled with the fear of rejection and the desire to fulfill a calling that felt monumental. Each tear that fell from her cheek seemed to shimmer in the air, carrying with it the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Then came the whispers again, more insistent than before. "You are more than you know," they urged, echoing in her mind like a mantra. "Your experiences, your pain, it all serves a greater purpose." With each word, her spirit soared, igniting a fire within her that could no longer be quenched. She understood that her visions were not meant for her alone. They were gifts to be shared, revelations to be unveiled to those who sought the truth. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, and the stars began to twinkle, as if the universe itself was applauding her awakening. But there was no time for revelry. The visions surged again, this time more vivid and intense. She saw herself standing before a crowd, men, women, and children, all yearning for hope, for healing in a world plagued by despair. They looked to her as a beacon, their eyes filled with longing, and she felt a wave of responsibility crash over her like a tidal force. "Speak!" the voices urged, intertwining with the rustle of leaves around her. "They are waiting." The pressure built within her, a pulsing energy that demanded release. Mary felt her heart race, her breath quickening. She was on the brink of something extraordinary. In that moment, she knew her journey was not just about her own revelations, but about igniting the flames of faith in others, to be the voice for the voiceless, a guide for the lost. With a breathless rush, she opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. Instead, she was engulfed in a vision of the future, a time when stories of her encounters with the divine would ripple through generations, a tapestry woven with threads of faith and resilience. Souls would seek her out, drawn by the strength of her message, seeking the love that she had found amidst her trials. In that exhilarating moment, she understood the weight of her calling. The visions surged within her, a symphony of hope and love that refused to be silenced. She felt the presence of those who came before her, the saints and sinners alike, all gathering in support. They were her ancestors, her spirits, urging her forward, reminding her that the path was often steep, but the destination divine. As she opened her eyes, the night sky filled with stars, each shimmering light a reminder of the connections that transcended time and space. The ground beneath her felt solid, the ancient olive tree a steadfast witness to her transformation. Each heartbeat thrummed with purpose, a declaration that she would not shy away from her destiny. But as the visions waned and the shadows of uncertainty began to creep in, Mary felt a shiver dance along her spine. She knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, with those who would question her authority, who would seek to silence her voice. Yet, in her heart, a flame flickered, a promise that she would not stand alone. The revelations bestowed upon her would resonate far beyond her lifetime, weaving through the souls of those who would come after her. She took a deep breath, gathering her strength, her essence entwined with the very fabric of the divine. The world waited, the echoes of her truth poised to ripple outward like the first drops of rain on barren soil, nourishing the roots of a faith that would flourish in ways she could scarcely imagine. And as she stepped forward, the vision of what was to come loomed larger than life, a tapestry of hope and courage unfurling before her, drawing her inexorably closer to the next chapter of her extraordinary existence. In a dimly lit corner of a bustling library, the scent of old parchment mingled with the muffled whispers of scholars immersed in their research. A scholar, eyes shining with fervor, thumbed through the pages of an ancient text, his heart racing with the thrill of reclaiming lost truths about a woman who had been shrouded in mystery for centuries. Mary Magdalene. Her name alone evokes a torrent of emotions, and yet the layers of her story are still waiting to be peeled back, revealing a richness that has tantalized the minds of historians and theologians alike. The future of Mary Magdalene studies stands at the precipice of revelation. New technologies and methodologies emerge daily, promising to shed light on her life in ways that past generations could not have imagined. Scholars are beginning to embrace interdisciplinary approaches, merging historical texts with archaeological findings, ancient languages, and even modern psychological insights. Each new piece of evidence, each fresh interpretation, sparks a fire of excitement and debate in the academic community. And for the faithful, it resurrects a figure who has often been relegated to the shadows. Unbeknownst to many, buried beneath the sands of time are countless manuscripts and artifacts that await their moment in the spotlight. In the caves of the Judean desert lie manuscripts that might speak to Mary's life and the early Christian community. As researchers sift through these ancient texts, they hold their breath, hoping for a passage that will illuminate her role beyond the narrow confines of tradition. Each discovery is a heartbeat, a whisper from the past urging scholars to listen closer. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across the city, a group of passionate researchers gathers in a seminar room, the air thick with anticipation. A paper presented on the Gnostic texts, fragments that refer to Mary as a prominent leader, causes murmurs to ripple through the audience. Could it be that she wasn't merely a follower of Christ but a teacher in her own right? The implications are staggering. Faces light up with the thrill of possibilities, imaginations ignited by the thought of Mary as an empowered figure, a woman whose voice resonated in the early formation of Christianity. Each word, each citation, is like a thread woven into the tapestry of her true identity. Historians are increasingly questioning the patriarchal narratives that have dominated interpretations of the New Testament. They challenge long-held beliefs that have painted Mary as a mere sinner, a fallen woman redeemed by Christ. Instead, they hold up a mirror to the cultural context in which these texts were written, revealing a society that often silenced women's voices. The realization dawns that Mary was not just an ancillary character in someone else's story, but a vital part of the very fabric of early Christian teachings. Like a phoenix, her legacy is rising anew. In the quiet of her study, a historian pores over the pages of ancient scrolls, her fingers trembling with the weight of her discoveries. What if Mary's silenced narratives were not lost, but merely waiting to be interpreted through a new lens? As she uncovers references to Mary in non-canonical texts, she imagines her as a confidant to Christ, a leader in her own right, and a figure pivotal to the spread of early Christian thought. The excitement is palpable. She can feel it buzzing in the air, an electric current of potential. Every text is a doorway, every translation a key unlocking the past. Amidst this scholarly fervor, the digital age breathes new life into Mary Magdalene studies. Online databases make ancient manuscripts accessible to anyone with an internet connection. Amateur historians, students, and enthusiasts alike join the ranks of seasoned scholars, eager to contribute their insights. The burgeoning community spills over into social media, where conversations ignite passion and debate at lightning speed. Each post, each shared article, is a step toward reclamation, a collective effort to reshape the narrative around this enigmatic figure. For many, Mary Magdalene is a symbol of resilience, a representation of feminine strength rising against the tide of history. New feminist interpretations of her story pop up like wildflowers, each one adding color and vibrancy to the landscape of her legacy. Young women, inspired by her tenacity, resonate with her journey. They see her not as a relic of the past, but as a mirror reflecting their struggles and triumphs in a modern world that often echoes the ancient biases she faced. In archaeological digs across the Mediterranean, teams of researchers uncover remnants of early Christian communities. Each fragment of pottery, each artifact unearthed, carries whispers of lives once lived, and among them lies the potential for new narratives about Mary Magdalene. With every brushstroke of the archaeologist's tool, history is rewritten, and the past is brought to life. The excitement is intoxicating, as the lines between legend and reality begin to blur. There's a palpable tension in the air as a new manuscript is discovered, one that hints at Mary's role in the resurrection story. Scholars gather, the weight of expectation heavy on their shoulders. What if this text reveals her as the first witness to the resurrection? What if it confirms her place not as a side note in the grand narrative of Jesus' life, but as a central figure? The anticipation is electric, and as they read the translations, hearts race. History could be on the verge of a monumental shift. As the sun rises each morning, illuminating the pages of ancient texts, the quest to understand Mary Magdalene continues to evolve. With each question asked and every answer pursued, the layers of her life become richer, more textured. Scholars and enthusiasts alike remain steadfast in their pursuit, driven by a shared belief that her story deserves to be told, not just as a tale of sin and redemption, but as a celebration of a woman who embodied grace, strength, and leadership. In every nook and cranny of academia, a quiet revolution is underway. The future of Mary Magdalene studies is not merely a scholarly pursuit. It is a passionate movement, a call to resurrect her legacy and honor her truth. As the echoes of the past reverberate through the corridors of time, her voice grows louder, intertwining with the hearts of those who dare to listen, those who dare to believe that the future may hold the key to unlocking her true essence.